Hello, everybody. What is up, duelists? Everyone, welcome to the Wednesday stream. I hope everyone is having a good time so far. Hope everyone is doing great. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing, chat? How is life? We have things to talk about today. Let me tell you that. There has been a ban list for Master Duel. There has been a ban list for Master Duel that we need to talk about. We have other stuff planned as well. We are going to... Sma, thank you for the 9 months. Also, Kalski, thank you for the full year doing the starting soon screen. And Feels, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you guys. I've prepared some other stuff as well before I saw that there was a ban list. So we're still going to do that today because I realized it's been a long time since we've done like the whole, the tier list for TCG meta and so on and so forth. So today is going to be... and I thought no better day to do it than Wednesday, honestly. No better day to do tier lists than Wednesday. So we're going to talk a little bit about the current TCG format as well, after we've done the Master Duel talk. We're going to talk a little bit about it, and I'll give you guys my opinion on like the current TCG metagame, as well as tech cards, non-engine cards in the current TCG metagame. All that kind of good stuff. And then if we have more time, we're just gonna play some Master Duel Ranked, I think. I don't know exactly what we're gonna play yet, but whatever we think is fun, I guess. But yeah, that is the plan for the day. We have a bunch of things planned, so make yourself comfortable. Rough Life, thank you for the 14. Shirokazi, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you guys. Welcome, welcome. And we're gonna warm up. The Tokyo Dome Cups are before the ban list, right? I actually don't know exactly when the ban list is in effect. We can check in a second. I believe the Tokyo thingies are like in 1.5 weeks. The weekend, like the first weekend of December, I think. So we have to check when it goes into effect. Either way, here we are. I went to my first regionals at the Santa Clara Convention Center, got 24th out of 500 plus players using Scareclaw Tri-Brigade. Hey, that's not bad. That is not bad for your very first regional. Congratulations. Okay. Let us guess some cards. Let's see how washed we are today. Valk, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. All right, let's go. This looks familiar to me. Is this white? No. I've seen it though. Spirit Caller. Oh, that's the flip monster. That's that flip monster, I believe. Fairy Tale Luna? Yep. I was thinking Leviathan at first, but that's not it. But I feel like I've seen this one. It's a Subterror, right? Subterror Behemoth. Is it Stigo? No. This one? No. Vault? Okay. That took more time than it needed. This is Extranet. Yeah. What is this? Some disc, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what that is. Starship Spy Plane. Okay. This is Great Sorcerer of the Necros. I know, my boy. I love... That's my favorite version of Necros, by the way. The one where you played Exa and Sorcerer. Peak Necros gameplay. Gravekeeper. But I'm not sure which one. Which one is that? Grave Keeper. Is this the cannon soldier? Cannon holder? Yeah. Probably would have been easier if we gotten a frame where it actually holds the cannon. Is this DD Cerberus? Orthros. Ah, okay. That one. I'm getting Warrock vibes. Is this a Warrock? It is a Warrock. Okay. Dude, Ojama cards are the worst. Dude, which one is that? Is it Ojama Trio? I believe it's Trio. Yeah. Peak card design, dude. I don't know what that is. Maybe Octodig? No mutant. Okay. Have I seen this one? No, I don't think it is. I thought it was Apocrypha for a second, but Apocrypha is a book. It's not Apocrypha, I don't think. Yeah, okay, Dark Contract. This is the something Dendel? Yeah. I thought it was Visor Des for a second, but then I realized that's a different card. What's is this Lucius? No, yeah, Lucius. Yeah. The mini Caius. Oh, the two. What is this? Something pear. Pearfish? Pearfish. It's Shark Cannon, I think. Yep. This Shiranui. I'm skipping Shiranui. I think it's Shiranui, but I'm not even sure. It wasn't that. Okay. Good. Good thing I skipped. What is this? Cyber Dark? Not sure. Cyber Dark. Chimera? Okay, that's a newer one, right? They didn't have that back in the day. Back in my day, they didn't have Cyber Dark Chimera. That wasn't a thing. Oh, it's Abyss Scale. Abyss Scale. Mizuchi, the Spell Negator, yep. Sky Centaurea? Yeah. Is this a Gorgonic again? I'm not sure. I don't want to lose time on it. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's a Black Mamba. Okay. This is Sphere of Chaos. Sphere of Chaos. Yeah. Tyrants. I believe this is Tummy Ache. Yep. I don't know what that is. Link streamer. Okay. Literally me. It looks like Dark Magician support, but I don't know what that is. Quintet? Quintet Magician. Okay, I have not heard of that, I think. I don't know what that is. Weather Painter. Is it Snowy Canvas or... Yeah. No. Is it Landrobe then? The Rock Vassal? Yeah, okay. I thought it was Grave Oja. That is BLS. Wait, this is an Eldritch card? I don't know what that. I've never seen this one, I don't think. El Dorado Adelantado. Okay. I've never heard of that card. I don't know what that is. This is a Klee card. Is this Recreate? No, it's not. Then I don't know what it is. No, it's Tellarknight. I hate when it's like lore intertwined and you have no idea which archetype it belongs to. Hyunlei. Symphonic, which is kind of like Symphonic is like a different version of Gusto Goldo because there's always a guitar on it, and I have no idea which one is which. Goatee! I'm guessing the goatee. You're Enoch. No, you're not. Exceep. Oh, easy clap, second try. I had no idea, by the way. They all look the same to me. Laval. Val. Lady. Fire. Handmaiden. Handmaiden, I think that's right. Volcano Handmaiden. That one. Table of contents. It's a Mookie Mookie. I don't know which one though yet. Adrift. Fry Blaze. This looks like Resonator stuff. Is this Resonator Call? Engine? Engine. Confiscation. That was an easy one. This one, I don't think it's Twin Twister. I think it's Parallel Twister. Parallel Twister. Yeah. It's the Lightsworn Call of the Haunted. It is something illusion. Glorious Illusion? Glorious Illusion. That's the one. Pashul. I'm not sure. It's the treasure chest. I think it's a trap card, but I don't know what it's called. Pharaoh's treasure. Okay, that's a trap card, I'm pretty sure. Okay, this one. Oh, it's a Yang Zing, but is it odd? It's not Adhara, is it? Okay, that one. It's the big Adhara. The head looks like Adhara's head, but I knew it wasn't Adhara. This one I don't know. Synchro Boost. I think it's an Insector. Insector Ant? It is Ant, yeah. I knew it was none of the good ones from back in the day, but it looked familiar. Okay, Utopia card, I'm skipping. How do you know that, chat? Like, literally, how? I don't get it. Honeybot. This is an evil swarm. I think that's caster. Yeah, nice. Please just be regular Reza. Yep, nice. This one I'm not sure. Battle Guard King. Oh, the rework for the Battle Guards, right. This one I've never seen before. Link Turret. Okay. Is this just fire? It's not Fire Lake. Oh, it's Great Wave, Small Wave. Or Big Wave, Small Wave? Big Wave, Small Wave. That one. Yeah, right. This is... I've seen... This is Axe of Fools. Yeah. It's not Heavy Storm, is it? No. Localized Tornado, that's right. Gizmek. I think. Gizmek. Uka? The fox again. It's always the fox. Fusionist. Lunalight, White Rabbit. Yeah. What is this? Oh, it's a crawler card. I'm skipping that. I think it's a crawler card, but yeah, not even that. It's like part of the crawler legacy thingy. What? That is a what? What is that? Fox? Is this Fox? Really? Okay. Jurak. Is it Velo? I was thinking Velo too. Yeah, it's that. Okay. X-Saber, Gothams. Yeah. All right, 869. It's not bad. That is really not bad. Come on, it's all right. It's all right. It was a good round. It was a good round. It was like decent. I'd say it's above average, even. I'd go that far. Break 1K? We have not had 1K in a while. Yeah, that is true. I mean, honestly, I still don't know how we did that. We must have gotten so lucky on it. We must have gotten so lucky on the day where we got 1,000. Because it feels so unrealistic to not skip cards. Because, like, it's just like, I mean, how are you going to know all of those cards? I don't know, man. I don't know how we did that. I do not know how I did that. Or how we did that. Yarek, think of it 2 months. I will say, I try to not look at chat much while I'm doing it. Like when I've never seen a card, for example, I will not wait until someone in chat knows it, even though I could, right? So like maybe that's where we got some more points from that day, where we got 1,200. Maybe it's because instead of skipping, I just looked at chat. That could be one way. That could be one way. Do a round where you're not allowed to skip at all? Well, I mean, if I just don't know a card, then we're going to lose a lot of time. Especially, there are some cards where even chat doesn't know the answer. Oh, yeah. All right, Rongo. Ooh, level 4 Dark Monster from recent years. I mean, recent. 7 years or newer. But it's small. Level 4, less than 1,500 attack, less than 1,500 defense. It can't be Ray, chat. Ray has 1500 attack. Also, Ray's a warrior. It's not a warrior. That's not how this works. Albaz is too big. Albaz has 1800 attack. It can't be Alistair because Alistair has 1800 defense. Genta has too much defense. Fortune Fairy never. Wait, Fortune Fairy. No, the Dark Fairy is level 5. Chupacabra? Ooh, it could be Chupacabra. It's not. Oh no, it couldn't be. I don't know why. You baited me! Oh god! Okay. Chupacabra has exactly 1500 defense attack, so it couldn't be that. But it is even newer than 2018. Mothman, but for the love of God, please stop saying cards that have too much attack points. It has lower than 1500 attack. Please stop saying cards. I beg you, chat. I've read every single level 4 monster with more than 1500 attack. You've named it. Mike is peaking. Okay. Then I'm just moving it away a little bit and turning it down a little bit. All right, that should be better. Mercurier cannot be Mercurier because we know it has more than 400 defense now. Oster? No, it can't be Oster either. Time Thief? It's a level 4 machine. Is there another Time Thief maybe? Yeah, there's one. It's this one, right? Yeah. Time Thief Temp Whaler. All right. Well, I would not have guessed this if not someone in chat would have said Time Thief. I'm gonna be honest with you. No idea what that is. I remember seeing it though. Honestly, if this card comes up in Card Guesser, I would probably think it's the Angelica's Angelic Ring or whatever it's called. The equip spell that they play in Infernoble now. It kind of looks like that to me, but Time Thief is the archetype supposed to do Redoer. Oh, that's why it's called Time Thief Redoer. I see. Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. All right. Warm up out of the way. Warm up out of the way. Let's get into some of today's topics. And let's start with a banger first things first. Depending on how you look at it, it's a banger or a huge miss. But we're going to talk about it regardless. There has been a Master Duel Forbidden and Limited List update. And I'm not going to pretend like I haven't seen it because it's gone. Like, my Twitter timeline was full of this morning. This is one of the more controversial ones. So I have seen some of the changes on here because people have talked about it on Twitter. Not all of them, but some of them. And what I saw, let's just say we're going to talk about it. Let's just say there's reason to talk about some of this stuff. Okay, so let us hop right in. Once again, I'm not sure if I've seen the entire list. Okay, Zodiac Dryden, for example, is something I didn't see. Zodiac Dryden is going from 1 to 3, which I honestly think is completely fine. The card was rarely used while it was at 1, and honestly, the decks that would use Dryden would always only use 1 anyways, right? It was always a Zeus engine anyways. The only deck that this affects, literally, is pure Zodiacs. And pure Zodiac is not really a thing, right? So, I mean, fine. I think that's fine. I think they deserve 3 Drydens. I honestly think this card should come back in the TCG as well. No business being at 1 or even banned, right? Fine. Lyrolus Cobalt Sparrow. I did not know this card was at 2. I'm not the biggest fan of Lyrolusk, but I also don't hate the deck, so I think it's okay for the card to go back to 3, especially since the deck is not really doing anything. I don't really enjoy playing against Lyrilusk, especially when you don't have Maxi or when they negate your Maxi because they do a lot of combos, but I think it's overall, it's hard to make an argument. It's hard to make an argument that this card should still be at 2 if you look at the current Master Duel metagame, so it's fine, I think. And that is it with the unbans, just decluttering the ban list a little bit, nice. Maybe potentially giving a shot to Zodiac decks or Lyrilusk decks in the future, I don't hate it. We have Signet Mining from 3 to 2. Which is I want to say at this point, a Master Duel classic or OCG Banlist classic, where they just hit the weirdest cards possible, pretty much. Like, they hit the weirdest card possible out of a deck. So, I mean, obviously, we all know, we all have suffered from the popularity of Mathmech and Master Duel right now. Everyone is suffering, right? We are all in agreement that Mathmech being popular is not great. Everyone agrees with me right now. Don't even pretend like you're not, agreeing with me. So I don't like. I like that they're doing something to Cybers, but Signet Mining from 3 to 2 is not it. It's not it, Chief. Tempest, Dragon Ruler of Storms from 1 to 2 is something I am on board with. Bring back the Dragon Rulers. They have done nothing wrong and should all be unbanned. Card has done nothing at 1, won't do anything at 2. I don't even know where Blaster is at right now. I think Blaster is also at 2 or 3. Like, they're just gradually gonna unlimit all of them, and they're gonna realize it's not gonna do anything, right? So Blaster's at 3 already, yeah, and it's not doing anything, right? So maybe eventually, if they unhit all of them, maybe we can think about it. But right now, no shot. Pot of Desires from 3 to 2 is something that I find odd, because I don't even think that many people are using the card right now. I don't hate Pot of Desires being at 2. It's been at 2 forever in the TCG, and it's not really been an issue, I think. Like, people, the decks that want to use Desires still play Desires, and 2 Desires is still a decent amount, right? And so I don't think it changes that much. But I'm neither against or for this set. I'm kind of neutral on this one. I think it's okay to be at 2. It's a powerful card, so I think it's fine, whatever. Quick Launch going from 3 to 2 is a little, it's a hit to Dragon Link, which is I don't even see that much Dragon Link anymore at in Master Duel. Like, I'm not against this hit. I think it's a fair hit to the deck, right? It's just emergency teleport pretty much for the deck, which I think is a fine card to be on the ban list. And Dragon Link is still a good deck, and they are also going to receive this pattern at some point, right? And they know that. They know that at some point when they release this pattern in Master Duel, Dragon Link is going to get a huge boost, right? And so Quick Launch going from 3 to 2 is a very minor hit to Dragon Link. It's just a consistency hit, basically, but not just consistency, also a very good extender as well. So it's a really powerful card. Not gonna make Dragon Link unplayable or anything like that. Just opens that powerful card slightly less often. So I think this hit is fine overall. This is not the worst. Chaos Space, same thing actually. 3 to 2, kind of the same angle, right? It looks like what they're doing here is they try to weaken Dragon Link a little bit before this pattern releases, because they want to kind of counteract it, but they don't want to kill it, right? They don't want to make Dragon Link unplayable by doing something like banning Striker Dragon or something like that, right? They just want to slightly give it a slap on the wrist before we get this pattern, so that the deck doesn't completely run rampant with the release of this pattern, right? And I think that's okay. That's fair enough. Losing 1 Quick Launch, losing 1 Chaos Space hurts, but it does not make the deck unplayable. By no means, right? Pearly from 3 to 2 and Pearly Delicious Memory from 3 to 2 are 2 interesting hits. I am a fan, honestly, of hitting Pearly. And when I say not Pearly, I mean Pearly the card, not Pearly the deck. Pearly from 3 to 2 is interesting. You might think it doesn't really matter because, like, oh, you can summon it from your deck anyways with all the cards and so on and so forth. But you really underestimate how often Pearly runs out of the main deck monsters, because how, like, every card in the deck is emergency teleport. You can really run out of these very quickly. And especially Pearly, because it's the one that's not once per turn, is the one that you keep summoning multiple times per turn, right? And so if you want to do that, right, you would now have to summon the Black Cat multiple times. If you want to go, for example, for the Ghost Trick combo, the Ghost Trick combo summons out usually a bunch of Pearlies to refill the hand and keep summoning more level 1 bodies. If you want to do that still, I mean, Pearly has ways to play around this, right? Pearly could now play multiple of the trap cards to recycle the Pearlies from the graveyard. But there are ways around this. I don't think this kills the deck. But it is an interesting hit, this one. Like, this is a very meaningful hit because Pearly very consistently cycles through all 3 of the light Pearly monsters, right? And so that is interesting, especially since, I mean, Pearly is already arguably the best deck in Master Duel right now. It's close, but I would say it is the best deck in Master Duel right now. And it still has not received Purely Noir, right? So the Pearly deck would have been completely out of control had they not done anything to it. And so I like that they are doing things to it. As well as Pearly Delicious Memory going from 3 to 2, just making it so you don't have a guaranteed way to get the card. They didn't limit it immediately, I'm assuming because they want people to still be able to play Pearly when Noir comes out. But both of these going from 3 to 2 are meaningful hits, I think. We have Stovey Torby from 3 to 2, which is super weird. It's a super weird hit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yes, everyone is playing 3 Stovies in Labyrinth, but it's such a, like, this is such a nothing burger of a hit. It's such a small freaking hit. It's such a Master Duel design hit. It's so weird. I wonder what their philosophy is. I mean, at this point, I think you would think someone makes this ban list that literally doesn't really understand the game at all, but just looks at the raw stats, the raw data, right? The raw, like, Labyrinth has Stovey Torby has pretty much the same play rate as Big Welcome Labyrinth, right? Like, they are both played at 3 in the Labyrinth deck, so whoever makes the ban list thinks they are the same power, right? Everyone plays 3 Stovey, everyone plays 3 Big Welcome, therefore Stovey equals Big Welcome. That's almost what you would think, right? Because Stovey to 2 is so freaking irrelevant, man. It's so freaking irrelevant. I mean, yeah, the core argument that people always make is that they don't want to hit URs, because when they hit a UR, you get more crafting points back, right? Because you can dismantle them for a bonus, right? And I get that. I get that, really. I do. I understand it, but I still don't think that, like, don't make it this obvious, man. It's such a bad hit. It's such a bad hit. I mean, yes, Stovey Torby is the better of the 2 furnitures because it's level 2, it summons itself to the board, you can make Chaos Angel with it. You would rather open Stovey Torby than Chandelier, so I guess I get it, but still, if you want to hit Labyrinth, do it in a meaningful way. And I'm pretty sure Labyrinth has cards that are not ultra rares that you could hit. Like, for example, Ariana, right? You could hit Ariana, which I'm pretty sure is a super rare. And if you put Ariana to 1 or 2, that is actually a hit to Labyrinth, right? But going from 6 furniture pieces to 5 furniture pieces barely changes your odds of opening them. They are highly searchable. You could have done something like ban Kuklok, for example, which is, like, I mean, it would be kind of drastic, but if you want to hit a card that's not an ultra or a super rare, you could have hit that. You could have hit some of the trap cards. I don't know. Stovey Torby is just a very awkward, very awkward hit. It's basically not a hit to Labyrinth at all. They might as well just not have done it. right? Cards to be limited. We have Runic Fountain. This one I've already seen. I feel like we've suffered enough at this point in time. I mean, this is a huge hit. The sad part about this, the part that makes me sad about this is that this is not supposed to be a hit to the runic decks that I like to play, like the runic Naturia or the runic Sprite or other runic variations, right? This is just a hit aimed at runic stun, right? This is just a runic stun hit because that's the most popular runic deck. The other runic decks I barely even see on ladder. Like, people don't really play the other runic decks. And somehow, for this one, it's okay to hit an ultra rare. Suddenly. All of a sudden, we can hit an ultra rare if it's about runics. But we couldn't hit the freaking, super rare skill drain? Or super rare Gozen match even more, or whatever, right? No, we have to hit the ultra... This time we hit the ultra rare runic fountain. What? How? Anyways, moving on. I'm tilted already, and this is the most tilting out of all of them. Unironically, there is literally no person in the universe that can understand why they limited Mathmech diameter. They limited... Is this the last hit? You see. Yeah, that is the literal last hit. Is the freaking worst out of all of them. This ban list, I'm gonna say it. I don't like to be negative like this one. Like this, usually. But this might be the worst Master Duel ban list we've ever gotten. Not because it does something super terrible to the game, like freaking unlimited skill drain or something like that, right? It's not... It doesn't make the game worse, I don't think. But it's just, in terms of the design quality, this list is just bad. It's just bad. It's not bad for the game. It just makes no sense, right? It just makes no sense. Most of these changes pretty much change nothing, and then Mathmech diameter is just the cherry on top because it's the pretty much worst possible hit you could think of to Mathmech. Crow diameter and dead? Bro, if you crow diameter, they already die. It doesn't matter if they have more diameters in the deck or not. Literally, let me show you something that I saw this morning on Twitter. This is from the OCG, but it's like at this point pretty much the same as in Master Duel. This is Task posting his current Mathmech list, right? Task's current Mathmech list is playing 1 diameter and no Signet mining. This isn't his list? Well, he posted it, Scrub. It doesn't matter. This is a current OCG Mathmech list. Anyways. There's no Signet mining. And there's 1 diameter. There's also a second access code in the side deck for some reason. Circulars at 1 in the OCG. So what is this then? Oh, I think it's an old list that he's posting because of the current... It's an old list from back in the day that he's reposting because you can now play it exactly like this in Master Duel. I get it. But the point still stands. The point still stands. 1 diameter doesn't make any sense because the deck can 100% function with 1 diameter. Diameter isn't even a starter card in that deck. And it doesn't need to play Signet mining because while Circular is at 3 and you have the Spirit engine to search it as well, the deck is consistent enough. The deck is consistent enough. It finds Mathmech Circular consistent enough. So this is where they're like, look, I understand that the Master Duel devs have a different approach to the ban list than IRL, OCG, and TCG, right? They have a different approach to it, apparently, right? They probably just look they look at the data and they look at the play rate of cards and the win rate of cards. And for some reason, that made them think that putting diameter to 1 and Signet Mining to 2 was an appropriate hit to MathMech, right? The problem with that is that they can't keep doing this, and like, the MathMech is powerful in Master Duel right now, and it's gonna remain powerful here because this list does nothing to it, right? And that is weird because they are recognizing that MathMech is a problem. MathMech apparently has a large play rate and a large win rate, otherwise they wouldn't touch it at all. But they are making changes that will not affect it pretty much at all, right? And there are ways to hit, once again, there are ways to hit MathMech without limiting Circular, because you guys are saying, like, it's an ultra rare, they don't want to hit it. There's other ways that they could do it without, like, doing nothing, basically, right? So the argument of, oh, well, it's not a UR doesn't really work for me because, well, yeah, it's not a UR, but that doesn't mean it's a good decision either. Like, if that's their reasoning, it's just bad reasoning, right? That's what I'm pointing out. Here's the logic. Here's the logic. Circular is the first card you use, so if it gets interrupted and you lose, its win rate goes down. Diameter is used at a later point where you know it's resolving, so it's a higher chance you win. They looked at the diameter's higher win rate when played and said, hit that. That is true, right? That is true. So what Coder is saying is, you use MathMech Circular usually first things first, right? And so if your opponent max sees you and you pass and then you die, or your opponent has like negates and stuff like that and uses them properly, you lose the game before you even get to diameter, right? So the win rate of diameter should be higher than the win rate of Circular when played, right? Because activating Circular does not necessarily mean you win. Because if your opponent like max sees you and you don't have an answer, then people might just surrender or just pass the turn and get OTK'd. But as soon as you get to diameter, if you get to resolve diameter in MathMech, you probably win the game. That does not mean that diameter is a better card than Circular. And this is what I'm trying to point out. I understand this logic. The problem is, if you are a Master Duel dev and you are using this logic, you do not understand the game, right? Like, this might be an explanation, but it's not a justification, right? It's like, okay, someone who... I understand this logic, but if you're using this logic, you should not be making ban lists. Right? If you are applying this logic as a Master Duel dev, you should not be making the ban list, because you do not that is not, like, it doesn't make sense. Right? He didn't say that he agreed. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not saying his take is wrong. This might be the logic behind it. He might be right about it. But what I'm saying is, if that is the logic, then I think that needs to be criticized. I think that is a fair point to criticize, because this logic, I don't think is healthy for the game, right? Like, just looking at, like, there are certain cards that when activated have a high chance of winning you the game, but they are not a problem. Like, let me give you an extreme example, right? Exodia has a 100% win rate when its effect is applied, right? That doesn't mean it's problematic, because it's hard to apply the effect. It's not a problematic card at all, right? But by that logic, it's like, oh, Exodia has a 100% win rate when being drawn, so we need to get rid of that shit. But that's not how it works, right? You all see, if I make the extreme example, you understand how it doesn't make sense, right? Why is Stovey on the ban list then? That I have no idea. It's just this ban list is a culmination of things that I don't understand. There are things on here that I think are good changes, like Drident and Lurlusk Unlimit. I can get behind. Pearly hits are fine. Chaos Space and Quick Launch are fine. Pot of Desires is fine. Ruler to 2 is fine. Fountain to 1, even though I don't like it personally, I think is a fine hit. I think it's a fair hit. Even though I would have preferred hitting Runic Stun in different ways, but I think Runic Fountain to 1 is deserved. I think the card is very strong. But I think specifically Diameter, Signet Mining, and Stovey Torby, which, if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, I'm actually fine with most of the hits on this ban list. Now that I look at it as a whole, there's a lot of things on here that I think are fine. It's just those three in particular I'm really confused by. Right? Which is weird, because I think it's important to hit the most popular decks in a meaningful way, right? I think it's important to make solid decisions when you make a ban list, and they hit Pearly in a meaningful way, they hit Dragonlink in a meaningful way, they hit Runic in a meaningful way, and then they just go around and say, oh well, Mathmech, we're just gonna do this, and Labyrinth, we're gonna do this. So like, it doesn't make sense to me. It's not really, I am not mad per se about this ban list. I just think it doesn't change much, which I'm fine with. You know, I don't think the current Master Duel metagame is like completely awful and you need to do a lot of things to it. I don't think like Master Duel is gonna be terrible because of this list, right? I'm just thinking what could have been, and I guess little confused and disappointed is a better way to put it, rather than, you know, I'm not mad or tilted at this ban list. It's just like kind of like nothing, right? I am not mad, I am just disappointed. Exactly. How would you hit Labyrinth? I think meaningful ways to hit Labyrinth would include limiting one of the Labyrinth trap cards, because that is a big factor in the grind game, as well as the starting odds with both traps goes down. They still have a lot of searchers for the Labyrinth trap cards with like all the furnitures and Ariana. So you could still get them consistently on the first turn, but you would run out of them in the grind game, right? That could be one way of doing it, but obviously those are ultra rares, and that's why they are not gonna do it. I just think that's whack. I think that's whack, because when I think about the game, right? When I think about the game and the game balancing, I don't wanna be limited in my choices because a card is an ultra rare, right? Like, if I think this hit is the best for the game or healthy for the game, I don't want to be like, well, I can't do it though, it's an ultra rare, right? I think that's weak. That's weak shit. Right? I just think that's poor logic and poor argumentation, right? But you do have to realize at the end of the day that those sort of decisions, like the ban list, and I guess that is the reason why we keep being disappointed in some decisions, right? Is we think, or in our heads, the ban list is a way to fix the game, a way to balance the game, right? But that is only part of it, and I would argue probably only a smaller part of it. Like a bigger part of the ban list is to help them make money, which is like, I guess we just need to accept that, because I mean, it's a company, it's a business, it needs to make money, right? And so like the ban list often ends up functioning more as like a marketing tool than just a way to balance the game, right? On another hand, though, you could argue that a well-balanced game is one that is more likely to make more money. So sometimes I do wonder if these decisions are actually for the better in the long run, because if, you know, like a well-balanced game gets more people interested and gets people to keep playing the game as well, so they might make more money that way around as well. So I don't know if it's actually that smart to do things like semi-limiting Stovey Torby because they don't want to give people 60 ultra rare CP or anything like that, right? Okay, well, that is enough about the ban list, though. I think I've given my opinion, and here we are now. I don't think this ruins the game or anything. We're just gonna have to live with it, and I think we're gonna be all right. Moving on. Also, Amaterasu, thank you for the 4. iRazor, thank you for the 5. Purple, thank you for the 2. Vibronic, thank you for the 3. And Endplace, thank you for the 7. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. All right. Moving away from Master Duel for a little bit. We might play some Master Duel later, depending on how long this next segment takes us. It's been a while, chat. It's actually been a while since we've talked about the TCG format and made tier lists for it. It's content day today, and I thought no better day than do some tier lists than Wednesday. So we couldn't call it a tier list Tuesday or tier list Thursday in the YouTube video, but have it not be filmed on Tuesday or Thursday. We're gonna talk about the current TCG format a little bit as also like a preparation kind of for YCS Bologna, which is happening in 2.5 weeks. KH Flow, thank you for the 11, appreciate that. Bologna is coming up in 2.5 weeks, and I think the TCG is in an interesting state right now that we haven't had in a while. Before we hop into the tier list immediately, though, I want to give a little bit of time and like recap the last couple things that happened in the TCG and where we're at before doing the tier list. This is, on the one hand, for you guys to have better context for when we do the tier list. But on the other hand, also for myself to, like, remind myself of what's going on a little bit before I give you guys my evaluation or whatever. And I think the most important thing to realize, which is also, I think, a very interesting thing to look at, is the development that we've had within the format. So I'm bringing up Duel Chronicles here. This was, I would argue, the first really meaningful event of the current format. Which was the first big YCS after what's the current set even called? It's not Phantom Nightmare, it's the one before that. Age of Overlord. Age of Overlord released, and basically Rescue Ace was the new hot thing on the block, right? We were coming from a format where it was supposed to be very, very diverse, right? That's what everyone thought. Pre-Age of Overlord, we had this, Unchained Pearly. People are calling it Cats and Dogs format because of Unchained and Pearly. We had Tierlemans with a huge showing at YCS Dortmund. We had a little bit of this and that. There was a little bit of all kinds of different decks behind those, right? But for the most part, it was Unchained, Pearly, Tier, some Branded, some Chimera, those kind of decks, right? That was the pretty much pre-Age of Overlord was like cat and dog format, and then Age of Overlord dropped, and it kind of dropped Rescue Ace onto the scene, and it performed really, really well at YCS Indianapolis, right? And at the time, people thought, or I feel like people thought, at least me included, I thought that Rescue Ace was going to be like the new hot thing in the format and potentially even take the format away from like a super diverse kind of situation and take the top spot because of how convincing its performance was at YCS Indianapolis, right? Then moving on to YCS Richmond, we had this spread all of a sudden. We still had Rescue Ace in there, but at a much lower rate than previously. We had Unchained and Tierlement taking the two most top spots in top 32. We had Infernoble breaking into the top 32 at a decent percentage, honestly, and we had Labyrinth coming back as well. And I want to, before we hop into a current meta tier list, including the stuff from Bailey and Smashers, and before we talk about like non-engine and stuff like that, I want to talk a little bit about why that is, why this sort of development happened. Like, why did Age of Overlord come out? Rescue Ace performs incredibly well at YCS Indy, and then the next YCS, just 2 weeks after, suddenly it appears to just go in a completely different direction, where Rescue Ace is part of the format but not dominant anymore, and other decks are taking over again. And I think that is a very important thing to look at because it explains a lot of how Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta shifts work and how you, as a player, can adapt to it, because honestly it's very important to be ahead of the curve in these sort of situations, right? Like, for example, before YCS Indy, it would have been important to realize, hey, Rescue Ace is really good for this event. And then before YCS Richmond, maybe it was important to realize Rescue Ace is not going to be good for this event anymore. But why was that, and how do you recognize these sort of patterns, right? So you have to put yourself, I feel like a good way to look at it is putting yourself in the position of someone who has maybe played YCS Indy or at least observed the results of YCS Indy and is now preparing for YCS Richmond. I feel like that player has a couple options available to them, and the results of YCS Indy are of course greatly going to influence their decisions going into YCS Richmond, right? Like if you're seeing this breakdown, right, you're going to adjust your deck accordingly, or maybe even choose your deck accordingly when going into the next YCS, right? And like, I feel like the two most obvious options for everybody after YCS Indy was either to play Rescue Ace because it performed so well, right? Which is something that, you know, a lot of people tend to do that, right? They see a deck win an event or put up 37.5% of top 32, and they're like, okay, well, this seems to be the best deck, I'm gonna play it, right? Which is, I'm not saying this is wrong, by the way. This can be wrong. It can also be correct. But that is one option that people have. It's like they see, oh, Rescue Ace is performing really well, I'm gonna play it, right? The other option that people always have is they can keep playing what they're playing, but adjust it to the current metagame. Or maybe they played Rescue Ace before, but they're like afraid that people are going to prepare for it, so they switch to something else, right? And simply prepare for other people playing Rescue Ace. Because one thing that people don't always love is when I'm playing Rescue Ace, I might not love the fact that everyone else is also playing Rescue Ace, because I'm playing what's expected and I'm playing a lot of mirror matches, which, depending on the deck, can be really good or can be close to 50-50, right? And so, I think what happened after YCS Indy is that people realized Rescue Ace was a really big deal and they prepared accordingly for it. And I think Rescue Ace single-handedly changed the format from what used to be a very board breaker heavy format into a, currently we are in something that I would consider currently a big hand trap format. Because what people realized after YCS Indy is that Rescue Ace boards cannot realistically be broken with regular board breaker approaches, right? Because before, when it was like a lot of Unchained and Pearly, like people were like, you know, you would play like Tactics, you would play Thrust, and then for your Thrust target, you had Herald of the Abyss, so you could out the X Purely Noir. You would play Books, maybe, you know, like that was like a really huge part of the format before Rescue Ace was just playing board breakers, right? It was a lot of board breakers that people played, right? There was a decent amount of those kind of approaches, right? There was some Dark Rulers here and there, some Evenlies, but mostly I would say the format before Age of Overlord was pretty much ruled by Talons and Thrust. Those were the big six that most people played, either all six in the main deck or like 4 or 5 of them in the main and some more in the side deck, right? Like, but those cards were everywhere before Age of Overlord. And that also explains why Rescue Ace performed so well, because usually the majority of the player base, when it comes to realizing that the current thing is exploitable or not good anymore, usually people are late to that, right? So a lot of people entered YCS Indy, I think still with a lot of Thrust and Talents and so on in their main deck, and then Rescue Ace came into the format and just basically feasted on that, right? They basically feasted on that because the cards are not very good against Rescue Ace, right? And I remember before Indy, as someone who I did not test for YCS Indy because I didn't play the event, so I wasn't super into the format. At first glance, it looked like Rescue Ace was going to be vulnerable to certain board breakers, right? Like people said, like, oh, the deck is really weak to Evenly. The deck is really weak to Lightning Storm, right? And that seemed like it was true if you don't look at it too deep, right? If you don't look at it in too much detail, then you might not realize that is actually not the case. And I think that's what people learned the hard way a lot at YCS Indy, because the deck actually doesn't lose to Lightning Storm or Evenly or whatever, because the Rescue Ace setup simply always includes some sort of answer to those cards, right? You either have the two most popular Rescue Ace versions are either ending on the Terra Herds with a Spell and Trap Omni Negate, or they play the Jet Synchron in the main deck to end on like Baron plus Savage, right? And so both of those versions have multiple ways to negate board breakers, right? And so what we noticed at YCS Indie is that most people that did well did not rely on board breakers, and instead they would use a decent amount of hand traps, right? And that is a phenomenon for Rescue Ace specifically. Rescue Ace is a deck that can lose to hand traps, but it doesn't really lose to board breakers, right? And whenever you have a deck that does this, right, you kind of force people to adapt to it. And that is what happened after YCS Indie. People saw 37.5% Rescue Ace. They realized you can't stop that deck with board breakers consistently, right? Because you have to basically draw multiples of them, which isn't consistent. Otherwise, you just lose to the Rescue Ace setup. If you let Rescue Ace play, you probably lose to it. And that forced people to play hand traps, right? And that is something I don't think can be overstated of how much of an impact decisions like this have on the format, on the metagame, right? Because if suddenly everyone is playing 9, 12, 15 hand traps, right? If you're playing Rescue Ace, suddenly you're very often just going to have to pass your first turn without doing that much, right? And the most important other thing is that decks that are notoriously good against hand traps start to rise again, right? Which is Unchained and Tier. Because if we think back for a moment, there was a good reason that before Rescue Ace was popular, people played Thrust, Talents, and so on and so forth against, for example, Unchained. Because though that was the best non-engine against Unchained, it was against Unchained, it was kind of the opposite of Rescue Ace, where you would rather not try to stop them from playing because they have so many ways to still end on certain boards, even if you have some hand traps. And rather, you would just let them do their thing and then just talents them or thrust them or change of heart or whatever, right? And then you had a good shot at playing the game, right? And Tierlist is kind of the same thing, right? Tierlist isn't weak to a lot of the hand traps in the format, so like it just keeps playing through them, and you would be better off just keeping all your cards in hand and going second and trying to break their boards with solid non-engine, right? And so this is where we're at right now, right? We started the format after Age of Overlord. Rescue Ace came into the format, I think, a lot stronger than people expected. And people were too slow to adapt to it. That's why it took over YCS Indie by storm. And then YCS Richmond, the format has responded. The format has responded to Rescue Ace by putting a lot of hand traps into their decks. And as a result, decks that are good against hand traps have come out on top, right? Labyrinth as well is another example of like this deck is not really weak to the hand traps that people are playing. You know, no Nib don't care about Nib, don't care about usually don't care about Valor or Imperm unless you open specifically Ariana. Don't care about Droll and Lockbird. You know, it's a pretty good feeling, right? Ashe is good against it, but Ashe is always played pretty much. Ashe is not the argument. The argument is if they have a lot of hand traps in their deck, right? Ashe is good against it, yes, but like Ashe has always seen play even before a Rescue Ace. The question is, how do you respond to a situation like this, right? How do you respond to it? Because do you go back on hand traps now? Like, do you go down on hand traps because you see Unchained and Tier being very popular, right? Like, are we going back and forth now between people play a lot of hand traps, Unchained is the best deck, and then we go to people play low amounts of hand traps, and then Rescue Ace is the best deck again? Is that just something we have to, you know, flip-flop back and forth between? Because, you know, how else are you going to do it, right? By that logic, if you want to make a prediction like this, you should just go ahead and counter Unchained for YCS Bologna, for example, and then Rescue Ace is going to come out on top again, right? So the question is basically, what's going to happen after this? Which is it's a tough question to answer, right? It's tough to observe these kind of situations, but I think right now, I think people are somewhat in agreement, and I am inclined to also somewhat agree that hand traps to some extent are necessary, because there are simply too many decks in the format. I feel like we've reached a critical mass of decks in the format that you need hand traps against, because it is not just Rescue Ace, it is also Infernoble, it's the Mikanko deck, it's Manadium. There are a couple of decks that I would not feel comfortable playing no hand traps against, or just Ash or whatever. Like, it doesn't feel like it's realistic that people are just gonna say, hey, I don't care about Rescue Ace, Infernoble, Manadium, Mikanko at all. I'm just gonna try my luck with Thrust and Talents and try to beat the Unchains, right? Because that doesn't seem realistic. It doesn't seem realistic to have good success with just ignoring all of those matchups, right? I think the reality of things is that right now we are in a format where people are gonna play hand traps, and the decks that perform the best with and against hand traps are gonna have better chances, right? Because the decks that are weak to hand traps, I don't think they're gonna go anywhere. Like, the representation of something like Rescue Ace might go down, and Infernoble maybe it might go down from now on because people are playing so many hand traps, right? But that's gonna take a while for people to move away from those decks because they are still so powerful, right? They are still very powerful, and it depends also on the number of hand traps that people are playing, because if people are playing like 9 hand traps, for example, they open like 1 to 2 on average, and there are decks that can definitely play through 1 hand trap. Like Rescue Ace with a larger Diabellstar package can definitely play through hand traps a decent amount. So people might just try and do that. For now, I just wanted to use this as kind of an introduction and explanation, because we're going to do a tier list in a second for the current format, and this is kind of my this is my like the in the grand scheme of things, this is my thought process on the current format, is that I wouldn't recommend playing decks without hand traps and completely focusing on board breakers, because there are too many decks that need to be hand trapped. Thank you for the full year, Sam. Appreciate that. You are kind of nailing the point, because a situation like this one is relatively tough. The way I'm saying these things might make it sound like there is a 100% good solution to this problem, but the reality of things is, when you go into an event right now, you're gonna face both sides of the coin, basically. You're going to face the decks that board breakers are good against, and you're going to face the decks that hand traps are good against. You're going to face both of them, and there's really no way around it. So what you as a player have to do is basically you have to make a prediction of what you're going to face more, and what decks perform best in an environment like this, which I agree is a hard thing to predict. It's a hard thing to predict, but the reality of things is basically what you're gonna do in a format like this one is I think you should try to not overcomplicate it, which might seem tough. It might seem tough to not be super like analytic about this type of stuff. You need to decide what you want to focus on in your main deck, and then basically use your side deck to make up for what you didn't cover in your main deck. Like, as an example, if I decide to play a decent chunk of hand traps in my main deck because I think it's necessary in the format right now, I'm gonna have, by default, a better matchup against, for example, Rescue Ace and Infernoble and Manadium, then I'm going to have a matchup against Unchained, right? My main deck is going to be better against the decks that hand traps are good against, right? So what you want to do in that situation is you want to use your side deck to make up for that weakness, probably, right? You probably want to make it so that, yeah, maybe I'm going to lose game 1 to Unchained if they play through my hand traps. That sucks. I need to make sure that my side deck is ready for that and has a solution for Unchained after siding, right? Because in a very simplified situation, let's say Unchained goes first game 1, you have a hand trap or 2, but they play through it, they win the game. you are supposed to win game 2 because you are allowed to go first. And then game 3, you want to be prepared for them going first, right? You don't want to, for example, have like 15 hand traps in your main deck and then you side like 12 more just to go all in because you say like, it's a hand trap format. I need 27 hand traps total, right? Because then you're going to be over prepared for the decks that hand traps are good against, and you're going to be under prepared for the decks that hand traps are not good against, right? So basically, like in the opposite of this was what happened last format, right? Last format, before Age of Overlord, everyone was playing Thrust Talents in their main deck, and they simply sided for the matchups where you needed a lot of hand traps, right? They sided the Drolls and the Nibs. They were in all the side decks, right? And Shifter also, right? That's what people thought was better. They would go main deck board breakers for the more common matchups, and then side deck hand traps for the less common matchups. And I think right now, obviously it depends on your deck, but I would expect the format to be hand trap heavy, which I think is correct. I don't think there's a way out. I don't think you can 5-head it at this point in time and just say, hey, screw it, I'm gonna make a meta call and play no hand traps. I don't. That doesn't seem realistic to me to work, because there's still gonna be too much Rescue Ace, Infernoble, Manadium, Mikanko, that kind of stuff, right? So I don't know if that's a winning approach. I think at this point you just have to like bite the bullet and be like, yeah, it's a hand trap format, so I'm gonna find what works best in that circumstance. And then if you struggle with Unchained because you play a lot of hand traps that aren't great against Unchained, you might want to focus your side deck on it, for example, right? That is where we're at right now. That is where we're at. That is just for context, right? Just for context. And now, let's talk about these decks. Let's make a tier list and talk about what is well positioned and what isn't. And I have included, because we also have some new faces on the block with Valiant Smashers. We have 3 new theme decks that could or could not have an impact on the metagame. And we're going to start with those 3 just to get them out of the way, with how I'm going to rate these going into the new format, right? And then we're going to talk about how these other decks slot into the current metagame. So, right off the bat, I don't want to waste too much time on it. Valmonica and Memento at this stage are not ready to be played competitively. The state in which these 2 archetypes released are not good enough, I don't think, to see play in the current environment. I do not think these decks are viable at competitive level. Maybe you can have some success and fun at locals with them, but I don't see how they become functioning decks in the competitive environment as of now, unfortunately. The one thing out of Valiant Smashers that I do want to, point out is that I think Centurion is a deck that is decently well positioned in this format, which is why I'm going to put it into the tier 1.5, which is the category I'm using to describe decks that I think are good, but I'm not sure how good exactly they are. They might end up being better than this. They might end up flopping a little bit. I think Centurion is solid, mainly because it is a deck that has a lot of non-engine slots, which means you can play the deck with a lot of hand traps if you want to. You can play the deck with a lot of hand traps if you want to be like safe against a lot of the combo decks in the format. That being said, the reason why I'm not putting it higher on the list and the reason why I'm not sure it's going to perform super well is because right now Centurion is it's kind of, I don't want to say mid, because I did actually like it a decent amount when I tested it. I definitely don't think it's bad. It's just that the deck is focused around 1-card combos, right? The deck is focused around 1-card combos, which all lose to 1 hand trap, right? Of course. Usually 1-card combo versus 1 hand trap is a losing battle, right? Which is like imperm on one of your 1-card starters. You're going to pass the turn, right? So the thing is, if both players are on hand traps, right? If both players are on a lot of hand traps, which seems to be the case right now, which deck comes out on top, right? Like, for example, if my Unchained opponent opens a hand trap and I also have a couple of hand traps, who comes out on top? And I am not sure if Centurion ends up on top a lot of the time. But sometimes it does, because the deck has solid ways to grind. There's also, I think, a lot of potential in experimentation with different combinations, because the Centurion engine is so small. It's only like 13, 14 cards, pretty much. There's a lot of room for pairing it with other engines. You know, people have been trying to play it with the Resonator cards. People have been trying to play it with Horus cards. And that maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's how you play through maybe that's how you play through like an imperm on your Primera. If you just have a Horus in the back of your hand, then you might just be able to still make a level 12 synchro and play from there, right? Like that could be one way to make the deck viable into a hand trap heavy format. Couple of things that are good about this deck outside of being able to play a lot of non-engine is also that it's good against some of the hand traps in the format. You know, like cards like Valor Imperm are good against it, but cards like Nibiru and Droll are not, which are also in a lot of people's decks, right? Droll and Nib are popular right now, for good reason, and Centurion doesn't really care about them. So I think Centurion has potential. I feel like the community doesn't like it that much, but when I tested it, I thought it was a fine deck. I thought it was playable, and I think it's not bad right now. Of course, one problem with the deck is that its price point is, I think, the price is higher than what you get for it. That is one main problem that I have. It's kind of like the Vanquish Soul issue, where I think Vanquish Soul was also a good deck at release, or like a solid deck. You know, it was never insane or never really good, but it was always playable. It was just too expensive for what it did. And I think Centurion might have a similar problem. Branded is something that I don't like Branded very much. But I think Branded is like playable tier 2. Right now, I like, similar to, I think Branded Chimera is a little bit better than that, but also not much higher than this. That might be personal bias. I've never been a big fan of these decks recently. Whenever I've played against them, they didn't seem that strong. Whenever I played them, they didn't seem that strong. They are playable, but I don't think they are like a really good solution to the format. I don't know. It's better than Centurion? I don't think so. I actually don't think so. For the current format environment, I would not play Branded Chimera before I would play Centurion. I don't think. Dragon Link. Dragon Link is in a solid position, I would say. It has a couple of matchups where the Bestials are really nice. Most notably, of course, Unchained and Tier, which are the two most topping decks from the recent YCS. I think that is a good thing, right? The fact that you get to main deck some Bestials and they are really good against those decks in the format is good. Dragon Link against hand traps can be fine. You know, some hands, like, it seems weird in that regard. Like, some hands play through like 3 hand traps. Some hands lose to 1. Like, specifically, Droll and Nibiru can be problematic, I think. But if you practice your lines, you can probably get around them a decent amount. But I think, especially when they get to pair Nibiru with another hand trap, then it might become problematic for you. But Dragon Link is fine. Dragon Link is a solid deck right now. I don't think it's ideal into Nib and Droll, but other than that, it's well positioned. That's why I'm not putting it into tier 1. Exo Sister is somewhere around here. I don't hate it in the current format because it's got solid room for non-engine. People are playing, you can play a lot of hand traps in it, and you have the potential to, your 1-card combos also lose to a hand trap, but the deck has a lot of possible extenders, right? Like, if your Martha gets ashed, all you need is one of the other Exo Sisters that special summons from hand, or, you know, and then you get to play through an Ash, and you can hard draw your trap cards to play through the traps as well, and like the grind game is alright. It gets to play Shifter, which is really good against some of these decks. So yeah, I think Exo Sister, I'm not a huge fan of the deck. I'm putting it relatively low, but it still is tier 2, I think. And the same goes for Fluanderies. I think Fluanderies, because it gets to play Shifter, is all right. I just think Fluanderies is really, really bad into the amount of hand traps that people are playing. Yes, you don't care about Nibiru, but one of the most common hand traps right now, next to obviously Ash and Imperm, is also Effect Veiler. So people already have 9 ways to stop your birds. People are playing Droll. It's tough. I mean, of course, Dimension Shifter stops both Veiler and Droll, so that is something. The deck is, maybe it's better than Exosister probably. But I think Flu is like better when people play less hand traps, and right now people are playing a lot of hand traps. But still, you're a Shifter deck. You can play you can play Thrust into Featherstorm for when you get hand trapped and so on and so forth. It's fine. It's fine, but I think it still is a problem. Like the deck already breaks, and then everyone plays Ash Imperm Veiler. It's like, it's just too risky for my liking, but I think it's all right. We have Infernoble, which is a deck that I'm gonna put here, simply because basically I'm gonna withdraw from this discussion. It looks strong from the outside to me, but I haven't tried it enough myself yet to really judge it. It looks like a fine deck. It performed really well at YCS Richmond, which was something I didn't have on my radar for YCS Richmond. But some players like Pack played it and performed really well at the event with it. They played, I think it was like, they main decked like 12 hand traps, and Pack said something along the lines of, Infernoble is really good at beating like half boards. Like when you hand trap your opponent once or twice, they still end on something, but the deck is really good at beating that something. Like it can't beat full boards going second, but it can beat like the half boards that people make after being hand trapped. That would be somewhat ideal in a format like this, if that is the case, right? So in this situation, because I haven't played it as much as these people have, I'm just gonna basically take their word for it. And I mean, the results speak for themselves. The deck seems to be performing in this current environment. It's not bad, and that's why I'm putting it in tier 1.5 potential category, right? Cash Tira, I don't even know why I still have this. It did top the most recent YCS. There is maybe, I'm gonna put it here, but I'm gonna say a thing or two. Maybe there is a world where you can play a Cash Tira deck that has just a billion hand traps and you just have a lot of one-card combos. Because, like, I mean, we all know how strong cards like Fenrir are when both players throw hand traps at each other. That one Fenrir that just sits there just ruins your day, right? And, like, getting to play a deck that has the most access to Fenrir possible and play a lot of hand traps, like, I don't know if that's good enough ever, but I guess that would be a way to play the deck, right? But I'm still putting it in tier 3 because I haven't seen much of a proof of concept of that, pretty much. Like, but that would be a way to try and play it. But if you really wanted to, for whatever reason, Lab, I'm gonna rate Lab not the highest tier 1, but I'm gonna put it in tier 1. I think Lab is solid right now because Lab kind of exploits certain developments in the format. Lab, it's probably going to be my lowest tier 1 deck. Like, I'm going to put other decks higher than Lab. But Lab, I think, is particularly interesting because, especially Furniture Lab. I'm saying Furniture Lab. Not, I don't like Labyrinths, like Floodgate Labyrinth, Trap Labyrinth. What is interesting about Lab is that it doesn't really care about the Rescue Ace back row as much because you just set your traps and pass back. They don't have great interaction with your back row. They only have a lot of interaction with monsters. And Lab, for the most part in game 1, is gonna have a good time against cards like Droll, cards like Nibiru, cards like even Effect Veiler sometimes, if you don't open Ariana. Imperm is not great against it. Mourner is not great against it. A lot of the cards that people are playing right now are not great against Labyrinth. And I think that is one reason why I like the deck. Like I said, it's going to be the lowest tier 1, but I think if there was ever a time to play Furniture Lab, it's probably now, right? Because Furniture Lab was always kind of synergistic with playing your own hand traps. You're not super weak to your opponent's hand traps. I think that's kind of a good place to be right now. Like I think Lab is looking pretty all right. Mannadium, I'm gonna put in a similar spot to Infernoble. I think Mannadium is scary. I think Mannadium was a little bit of a better call a couple weeks ago. I think now that people have adapted and people are playing the hand traps necessary to stop it, maybe it's gotten a little bit worse. So maybe it's more towards tier 2. That might be a similar issue with Infernoble, but I think both Mannadium and Infernoble are still fine and scary decks to go up against. But they were probably a little bit better even a couple weeks ago. That's basically what I'm gonna say. Marincess and Mathmech are two decks that I decided to include because it's a hand trap format. Like, I went through my folder of all the decks for the tier lists, and I decided which one to keep in and which ones to not. I kept these two because we're in a hand trap format, and those are two of the most notorious decks when it comes to playing hand traps. Like, both of these decks are just a bunch of one-card combos paired with a lot of hand traps, which I think was worth talking about, you know? However, I still don't think these two really cut it, for different reasons, though. The reason why I don't think Mathmech is great right now is because you only have one circular, and people are playing a million ways to stop you from getting it. Right? Because your main way of getting it is either you draw Signet Mining or Small World, or you have to basically resolve the rank 4 to search it. And if you have to do that, you lose to every Veiler, Mourner, Imperm in existence. Even Droll is not great. Some lines also have to play into, like, if your opponent opens Nib plus Veiler, they can just nib you and negate your Alembertion that has an Omni Negate because of diameter or whatever. I don't think the deck is great right now. If it had 3 circulars, I think we'd be talking. Well, we would be hating it here, but we would probably be talking. Like, if the deck could hard open circular more often, because if you open circular, you have a really easy time playing through Ash, playing through one Imperm, one Veiler or whatever. Like, then it'd be a playable deck, and I would not be liking it, but I would tell you, hey, yeah, this deck is scary. With one circular, if everyone is playing so many hand traps to stop you from getting it, I don't think it's great. That's my impression. And Marincess has a different problem. Marincess is not bad against hand traps. The problem is I think Marincess doesn't do enough. I don't think Marincess is quote-unquote unfair enough. It can play a lot of hand traps. Like, you hand trap your opponent a lot going second, and then you start playing, but what you're doing is, like, it's not too scary. Like, you're probably not killing your opponent. I don't even know if Marincess can do that. And so your opponent always gets another turn. And most decks just have better follow-up. So you hand trap a deck once or twice, you really have to go, like, over the top next turn. Like, if you stop Unchained from playing turn 1, you are already lucky. Like, if your opponent doesn't do a great board with Unchained after getting hand trapped once or twice, you're already feeling good. But you have to really punish them. Like, you have to take that opportunity and really, like, either like, win the game immediately or make a huge board, right? And Marincess just doesn't do that, right? Marincess stops your opponent from playing and then doesn't do anything itself, I think. Like, that's the problem. The Mikanko deck. The Mikanko deck, basically, when I say Mikanko, I don't mean going second, OTK your opponent, blind second Mikanko. I mean the Cannon Gen, Sinful Spoil combo deck, Acid Golem your opponent kind of deck. I think that deck is scary. I'm gonna put it in tier 2 though, because I think it has lost a little bit of its surprise factor. Like, I've seen a bunch of deck profiles, for example, where people said, yeah, I was worried about this deck, so I included this or that way to out the Acid Golem. Like, people are playing, there's a bunch of decks in the deck in the format that can tribute summon over the Acid Golem. Some people are playing Droplet or Enemy for it. You know, there are ways to deal with the Acid Golem. It's also a little bit harder to pull it off through hand traps. The deck is still good. Don't, like, only because tier 2 is the second lowest tier on this tier list, don't get me wrong, those decks are still playable. Like, if you like this deck and you think it's a good meta call, go for it. Like, they are playable decks, especially at regional level or whatever. Like, they're completely fine for locals, they are fine for regionals. I personally probably wouldn't bring these to a YCS, but if you really wanted to, you could, and if you have a lucky day, you can still top with them. So like, keep that in mind, that even though I'm putting it into tier 2, that this is not a bad evaluation. This is still a good deck. Like, if I didn't like the deck, I would put it here. Plants. Okay. You're probably gonna laugh at me because I'm from Europe. You're probably gonna laugh at me because I'm from Europe, and I'm probably gonna, like, be proven wrong once again for some reason. But I don't think the plant deck is in a good situation right now. I know, surprising, it's probably gonna win the next 3 YCSs back to back to back, undefeated, because I said that. But everyone is playing hand traps. There's just no way it's a good pick, right? We agree on that, right? We all agree on that. We are in agreement that Rika is not good if everyone is playing 12 hand traps. Like, people are main decking Droll, people are main decking Nibiru, people are playing Ash, Veiler, Imperm left and right. There's just no shot I can give this deck a good evaluation right now. There's no shot. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, even with the European field spell bonus, this deck just can't be good. There's just no way that it works, right? Like, I'm not gonna put it tier 3. I don't think it deserves that, but I just don't think it's a good pick right now. And I'm probably gonna be proven wrong with lightning speed at YCS Bologna. Like, someone is gonna go undefeated, win the event probably, and then people are gonna, like, clip this, and I'm gonna look like a fool. But with all logic applied, with all the logic in the world applied, I just don't see this deck being a good pick right now. Unless maybe people go away from hand traps because they are really scared of Unchained. But I'm not gonna rank it higher. I cannot be convinced. It doesn't look like a good pick to me right now. I'm sorry. Pearly, I think is good. Even though I didn't have the greatest experience with the deck at YCS Dortmund. I think the deck is solid right now. The deck can play a lot of hand traps. It can play for, you know, drawing the hand traps with Sleepy Memory on your opponent's standby phase. I think it's solid. I think because people are moving away a little bit from Thrust into Herald of the Abyss in the main deck, I think your matchups game 1 are going to be a little bit stronger. Your Noir is more reliable in game 1 now. I like Pearly. I like Pearly. I think it's solid, especially the field spell can be a freaking insane card to open if everyone is playing Imperm and Veiler. Like, if you just activate the field spell and summon your things from the deck, it seems so unstoppable in that moment. I think it's good. I think people are still going to be prepared for it, but honestly, another thing that kind of benefits Pearly is that it's kind of hard to side deck cards for one specific matchups right now, right? Like, if I'm looking at this thing, right? I'm like, the decks in tier 1 you definitely need to prepare for. The decks down here you probably want to be prepared for. The decks down here you also, I mean, ideally you want to have some plan for these as well. It's kind of hard to side deck specific cards for a matchup, right? And Pearly is one of the decks where generic cards are like okay against it, but not insane. You kind of want to have cards that are specifically targeted at Pearly, like Xyz Encore, Spellbound, Book of Eclipse, those kind of cards, right? Like Kaiju's, Herald of the Abyss. Those kind of cards are really good against Pearly, but I think they are less common right now than they used to be because there are so many different decks to cover, and Herald of the Abyss pretty much only works against one deck, and so on and so forth. So don't get me wrong, those cards are still here. Those cards are still here, especially because people seem to hate losing to Pearly. So don't expect to just win every game you get to summon a Noir. That's not what I'm saying. But overall, I think the popularity of specific answers to Pearly is going down a little bit because people are main decking hand traps over Thrust with Herald of the Abyss, and then side deck space is also it's tight in this format. It's tight because there are a good amount of viable decks you want to prepare for. So I think Pearly is respectable. I think Pearly is looking good. We have Rescue Ace, which is despite all the hand traps, I can't help but still put this like somewhere here, maybe even over Pearly. The reason that is, and we're gonna talk about that later, when we do the non-engine tier list. Rescue Ace, even though people are so the simple logic would be, hey, people are playing hand traps because of Rescue Ace. That's why Rescue Ace is not as good anymore, right? And I agree, it's not as good anymore as it was for YCS Indianapolis, probably. The problem is that the quality of hand traps, specifically against Rescue Ace, it kind of falls off a cliff once you reach a certain number of hand traps. Like, Ashe is good, Imperm is good, Valor is good, maybe Mourner is alright, right? And then, like, you could argue Nib and Droll are situational but could be okay. But after you like dedicate like 9 or 12 main deck slots to hand traps, you're struggling to find more, right? Like, especially ones that are generically good in the format, right? It is kind of hard to find enough hand traps to main deck, right? And the problem with that is that if you only play like 9 hand traps, right? And then you open one of them, one hand trap I don't think is very likely to stop Rescue Ace in the TCG. This is a TCG tier list. Because one hand trap basically means if they have more than one starter, you're cooked, right? Like, one hand trap will stop a 1-card combo, but Rescue Ace has a ton of 2-card combos now, right? And so it's kind of gambling, honestly. It's kind of gambling. I'd say if you open 2 good hand traps, you're chilling against Rescue Ace. But it's hard to play enough good hand traps to consistently open 2. That's basically my point, right? That is basically my point. Because most decks, I would say the most common number of hand traps is 9, maybe 12, which is not super likely to draw multiples, right? Especially 9. Like with 12, it's realistic to draw 2. With 9, it's like it happens sometimes, but it's not super common. And that is, I think, the one thing that keeps Rescue Ace in it is that you have a lot of ways to outplay one hand trap. You have a lot of ways to outplay one hand trap, and therefore Rescue Ace is still really, really scary. It's still really scary. But when I say it's a gamble when you play against Rescue Ace, the same is also implied the other way around. When you're playing Rescue Ace, it's also a gamble. It's a gamble. When you go first, you pretty much have to hope that your opponent doesn't open more hand traps than you open starters, right? Or like the same number, right? Because if you open 1 starter, you lose to 1 hand trap. If you open 2 starters, you lose to 2 hand traps, which can all happen in this format, right? It can definitely happen even if you open 2 starters that you just get hand trapped twice and you pass the turn and you pretty much have nothing, right? Especially because Rescue Ace has like a lot of cards that they also don't like opening, like all those Rescue Ace spell and traps. The field spell, they don't really help you play through hand traps very well. So Rescue Ace, out of all those decks, is probably the most quote-unquote gamble deck in the format. But a gamble doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's just something that some people like to do it and some people like to not do it. Like some people that are averse to these kind of situations, you know, like, no. But it's in a fine spot still, right? Salamangreat is, as much as it pains me to say it, it's probably here, and I'm already probably coping with that. I'm probably coping if I put it here. It did top the YCS. But I'll say one thing that makes me very sad, and that is that the best version of Salamangreat is probably the one that aims to floodgate your opponent, which is cringe. The goes and match rivalry lock with the Weasel is a cringe combo, but that's probably the strongest thing that Salamangreat can do, which is sad. It's actually sad. It's very tilting to think about it. But if you're being hit with that combo, you lose the game. Every single deck on this list, if they get goes and match weaseled, game's over, right? So that is something, you know. The deck does have an auto win button going first with 6. Like, potentially you can play up to 6 floodgates that do that, right? And it's surprisingly, I think now with like 3 Gazelle, 3 Circle, Salamangreat of Fire, all that stuff, I think it's surprisingly good at playing through hand traps as well, outside of Nibiru, of course, which is a popular card, so Nibiru is going to kill you every time. Which is why I'm not putting it higher. Like, if Nibiru wasn't a thing, it'd probably be higher than that, but nah. Runic decks. Runic decks. I am sad to announce that I don't think Runic decks are in a great situation right now, simply because the format right now is very, very non-engine driven. If you go second with Runics, you pretty much only have, like, I want to say on average 6 non-engine slots, which usually it's not enough hand traps to consistently, you know, get there. It's also, like we already established, like drawing one board breaker. Drawing one board breaker against certain decks is just not going to cut it. I hate to say it, but I don't think Runic decks are good right now. The one thing that Runic Sprite versions have going for it is going first. These decks are monsters right now. Going first, Runic Sprite versions, like Runic Fur Hire or Runic Life Twin, are absolute monstrosities. That's the positive. Going second, they're rather bad, but going first, they are insane, because if you've ever played a Runic Sprite version, you know what I'm talking about. Hand traps mean nothing to you most of the time. Of course, you can get unlucky hands that don't play through hand traps, but most of the time, Ash, Valor, Imperm, those kind of cards, they mean nothing to you. Literally nothing. Like, you're gonna just summon Hugin if they hand trap it, special summon blue, keep playing, ignore it. Like, it's very, very powerful. Droll, you have a point. Droll is a good card against it. Shifter is also a good card against it. But Droll, some Runic versions have good ways to play around Droll by doing the stuff in the draw phase, and then you still end on Fountain plus something. Like, Droll is good against it, though. Like, I'm not gonna say Droll is bad against the decks. Droll is good, but there are sometimes some hands are better against Droll than you would think, because you can still end on Fountain and Freezing Curses and some other stuff on and draw on your opponent's turn. But in general, Droll is in the format, but every other hand trap that every deck plays is bad against it, right? If you play Runic Sprite, don't care about Imperm, don't care about Ash, don't care about Valor, don't care about Nib, right? And so keep that in mind, right? So with that being said, I'm gonna slot them somewhere in tier 2. Like, they are just nothing special, but because they are so powerful going first in a hand trap format, I think they are, if you really wanted to, I don't think they're like terrible, but yeah, that's about it. And then the Fountain is meant to represent Runic Stun, but I'm just gonna throw it next to here. Like, Runic Stun, I guess, is as playable as ever. I guess Runic Stun is better if people play hand traps instead of, like, because I don't know. Runic Stun is like, I don't want to think about Runic Stun. Sprites, pure sprites or Melfi Sprite or whatever sprite. Let's just have a quick talk about Sprite, like just a couple things, because I have recently been theorizing about Sprite a little bit because of what I just said, right? Like, I was thinking about ways of how to handle a super hand trap heavy format, right? And then one of the things I remembered was like, hey, Sprite used to be really, really good at playing through hand traps, right? Like, your opponent hand traps you, very often it means nothing to you, especially because we still have all of the extenders in the TCG, right? This is not like nothing here. Like, we have 2 starter, 3 jet, 3 blue. We have so many extenders to play through hand traps. We still have the sprint lines with Angler. The problem is, what do you really end on? What do you do going second? What secondary engine do you maybe use? I don't know. Like, hand trap Sprite, like, you can play a lot of hand traps yourself. You play well through hand traps, but even if you play through hand traps, what does that mean? You don't really have good toad lines anymore. You don't really have good like, without Elf, I don't know. You don't have follow up. I don't even know if you grind well in a hand trap game back and forth. I'm not sure I think because of what I just said, I'm gonna throw it next, like somewhere down here. The thing is, I don't know what version you would play. In theory, sprites aren't terrible because they have good synergy with hand traps and they are good against hand traps, but I just don't know how exactly. You would probably need to put a lot of work into it, and I haven't done that. I haven't done the work to figure out a sprite version that can work. But the deck also benefits from SP Little Knight. That's another thing. Like, SP Little Knight is good in sprite, but it's also good in every other deck, right? So, I don't know. Sword Soul is pretty bad, I think. Like, Sword Soul is just one of those decks where you have to move on from, I think. You can play a decent amount of hand traps, but you also are not great into hand traps, and I don't see a reason to play Sword Soul, unfortunately. I don't hate the deck. I actually think Sword Soul is cool, but I just don't think it's good. Doesn't seem up to the standards of modern decks, honestly. And once again, tier 3 doesn't mean the deck is god awful. It's just the decks that I wouldn't really recommend playing, right? And Sword Soul is definitely better than other decks here. Like, that's why it's tier 3 or lower. Like, if I had more tiers, Sword Soul would probably be in tier 3, and some of these other decks would be way lower, so yeah. Tierlaments. Tierlaments is a deck that I find weird. It's a deck that I find weird because I'm gonna tell you some of my feelings about Tierlaments right now. My first feeling is I don't really like the deck. I don't think the current iteration of Tierlament it's not very appealing to me because it doesn't look super consistent. It doesn't look like, whenever I look at it, it's not a deck that appeals to me that much. I don't like it that much. My second thought, on the other hand, though, is I'm hella scared of it, right? And whenever you're scared of a deck, that probably means something, right? I'm scared of Tier. I am scared of Tier because I do recognize, even though I don't like the kind of get it twisted mentality, I recognize that it's strong still. It's a strong deck. On top of that, it's also supposed to be good against hand traps, right? I mean, sometimes, like, it's not like it doesn't ignore hand traps, like, for example, a runic sprite deck would sometimes. Like, it doesn't feel like you're hand looping yourself, but like sometimes Ash on a Kelbeck or a Yugioh is really good. Imperm and Valor on Diviner are good. But it always feels like Tierlament finds a way to play through your hand traps. It always feels like it finds a way there, right? It always kind of gets there, right? And I think it's a strong deck. Probably here or here, but judging on its performance from YCS Richmond, I might even be here. I personally don't love it. I personally don't love it, but I can't help but, like, I'm afraid of the deck. I think it's powerful. I have to put some respect on the success it's been having. So yeah, take it with a grain of salt because I don't like the deck as much. I haven't played it as much, but just from observing the meta trends, right? I can't help but think it's a solid pick right now. Because it's good against hand traps and it has been performing in the last couple of events. So, you know, it's definitely something to be respected. Shifter is a thing. People are obviously like, they are acknowledging the fact that Tierlaments is in the format, but it still seems to be performing. Now for Unchained, I'm gonna put it here. Because I think it was for very good reason that it performed as well at YCS Richmond. Now, once again, even though I do think it's probably the most solid and most powerful deck right now, I think the gap between, like, all 5 of these decks in tier 1, I think all 5 of these in tier 1 have their own set of advantages and disadvantages, right? And there are some scenarios where a deck like Pearly performs better than Unchained. There is also a world, like I said earlier, if people see these results from YCS Richmond and they go back to Talents and Thrust and move down on hand traps, then this entire situation could be swapped, right? It could look like this if people do that. Easily. But going off of the information that I have right now, like looking at the results from YCS Richmond, looking at the deck profiles from recent regionals, you know, we've been on stream, we've been analyzing some regional deck lists. Everyone is playing hand traps. And hand traps are not great against Unchained. Unchained is one of those decks that really benefits from hand trap formats because it has ways to play around them. One hand trap is never guaranteed to stop Unchained. Even two sometimes feel like they do nothing. Especially cards like Valor or Imperm feel like they are super gambly against the deck. So on and so forth, right? And so if my interpretation of the current meta is correct, which is that people are still playing a lot of hand traps, then I think Unchained is the most solid pick out of these top 5. Yeah. Then, last but not least, we have Vanquish Soul, which I'm gonna throw somewhere into tier 2. This might be personal bias. You guys know I love Vanquish Soul. I think the deck is like good. Good is a stretch, I would say. It's like fine. It has good synergy with hand traps as well, because you know, Ash, Bestials, Crow, those kind of cards, you need the attributes. The one thing that keeps me from putting Vanquish Soul higher is that unironically, most of the hand traps that are good in this format, unfortunately, just have the wrong attribute, right? Valor, you don't get any advantage out of it. Mourner, wrong attribute. Droll, wrong attribute. Nibiru, wrong attribute. Imperm, no attribute at all. Like that, it might seem like a small thing, but if that was different, if there were more good non-engine cards that had Fire, Dark, or Earth attribute, then we would be talking. I think then it would be better, because Vanquish Soul is a deck that is carried by non-engine. Don't get me wrong, the Vanquish Soul engine is fun and good in grind games, but it needs non-engine to back it up. It's not powerful enough on its own. And unfortunately, the really good non-engine in the current format are not the right attributes to make the deck more consistent. Like, for example, if a lot of Fire non-engine would be good, the deck would be more consistent because you could more often get off your Yugioh long search, right? But like, you can't really play any... No Fire non-engine is good right now outside of Ash. You can only play Ash. Like, Kurikara isn't good. Whatever else you can think of, nothing's great as a Fire monster, right? The one other thing is that it's one of the best decks for Fenrir, which is a huge deal. Fenrir is great in this format. We're going to talk about non-engine in a bit, but Vanquish Soul is one of the better decks for Fenrir, and Fenrir is great in this format because when people go back and forth hand trapping each other, Fenrir is great. Fenrir is also great against SP Little Knight. Like, if you hand trap your opponent a bunch and they just end on Little Knight, hoping it's enough to stop you, you just go Fenrir and it's solved pretty much, right? Those are the things that make me want to put Vanquish Soul like in tier 2. Other than that, like, it could be higher if it had better non-engine available. It could be lower if it wasn't. Like, it's fine. And that is it. I think this is a decent representation of the current format. Like, the top 5 here, pretty much, just to recap a little bit, the top 5 are like the solid picks of the format, you know? Sometimes one of these can perform better than others because of the circumstances that we've talked about. The ones in tier 1.5 here, I think, are the ones, they're kind of like the wild cards for me personally, because I haven't tested them enough. Specifically, Centurion, Infernoble, Vanadium, I think are decks that have potential, and depending on how it goes and how people innovate on these, they could go higher or lower. Like, you know, we'll see how they perform. And then everything down here is like a huge chunk of decks that are all playable, if you really wanted to, right? If you really wanted to play any of these, you can. But don't expect them to perform better than the decks up here, right? Because these decks up here, especially the ones I put in tier 1, they are all better at most things than these decks down here. And that's the format. As you can see, no tier 0. I mean, I could have left this category, like I could have just left it because I knew from the beginning I wouldn't put anything in here. I still think it's a good thing to keep it in just to showcase the fact that there is no clear best deck right now. There's a lot of development going on in the format, a lot of back and forth, a lot of like, okay, hand traps are going up, so Unchained Stonks are rising, maybe now board breakers are going to go up, so Unchained Stonks are going to go down, that kind of thing. And there has just not been a clear solution that just is above all the rest, right? That's the one. That's why I kept the tier 0 in there. If you watched this on YouTube, do me a huge favor and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment down below on how you liked the video. I hope it was helpful. And if I'm missing any deck, because this was already probably pretty long, if I missed your deck and you want to know what I think of it, leave a comment down below. As usual, I'm going to try to answer as many of them as possible and tell you what I think about your deck. And thank you for watching, and until next time, bye-bye. Say goodbye to YouTube, Twitch chat, bye-bye. See you next time. Thank you for watching. All right. I don't know how long that was. That seemed very long. That seemed very, very long, but I guess that's fine for the tier list. People like some talk about the format. No tier 0s this format? No, I don't think you can make an argument. I really don't think you can make an argument for anything to be tier 0 right now. Like, no shot. No shot. It's kind of funny how the most inconsistent deck in tier has the most consistent results of those 5. I mean, that's the thing, right? Tier, the reason why tier always somewhat performs is because tier is a little bit independent of those things, right? Tier is, it's kind of still the same as when it was actually tier 0, just less consistent. The deck is very immune to like board breakers or hand traps if it just draws or mills the right way, right? If you just draw or mill correctly or lucky enough, you play through any sort of board breaker or any sort of hand traps, right? So it's kind of like it's one of the few decks on this list that kind of just ignores the environment. You know what I mean? They just ignore what the other decks are doing. They can ignore meta trends, and as long as it goes their way, they just win, right? And so it's like it kind of has a somewhat similar win rate no matter what everyone else is doing, I think. Like, not always, of course, there is exceptions. Like, if tier becomes too popular, people start playing Dweller and Shifter and that kind of stuff, right? Personally, I'd only put tier Rescue Ace and Unchained in tier 1. The other two feel tier 1.5-ish. You could make an argument for that. Like I said, the 5 decks I put into tier 1, I feel like they are really, it almost feels like looking at a stock market, because they go up and down, and then there's small developments in the format that make one better than the other, and it's so like arbitrary almost. Like, it's like going into YCS Bologna, you know, it's hard to predict what people are going to do. Are people going to have the guts to remove hand traps from their deck? Because if you look only at this graph, right, if you only look at YCS Richmond, which is the most recent one, you might be like, hey, no, I need to focus more on Unchained and tier. That's more important than focusing on Rescue Ace, right? But are people really going to have the guts to go like, yeah, I'm going to take my hand traps out of my deck and simply side deck some, right? I don't know, maybe. Deck size at tier 40 or 43? That's a very like tough question to answer off the top of my head. It depends on exactly your list and all that. I think it can be correct to play 43. It depends on your reasoning to do it, right? Will we see you at YCS Bologna? Yes, I will be at YCS Bologna, for sure. Do you plan on doing a tier list for Master Duel 2? I do make tier lists for Master Duel. We're not going to do it today, simply because we're going to do one more tier list for the TCG, which is non-engine. And I don't want to publish too many tier lists back to back on YouTube, because that has been not doing so well on YouTube, right? But I'm probably gonna do a Master Duel tier list once the format changes a little bit more, right? When we get the new pack, it's probably gonna happen. I'm probably gonna do Master Duel tier list because my last one did really well actually. My last Master Duel tier list did pretty well, but I don't think much changed. Like we got Vanquish Soul, and we got an improved version of Math Mech. That's pretty much it. So if you want my opinion on that, yeah, both of those decks are pretty good in Master Duel. Like everything else remained the same, right? So that's that. Okay. But now, chat, we're gonna do something we have never done before. We're gonna do something that we've never done before, and it's gonna maybe take longer than the meta tier list. I'm gonna try to make it faster. But we're gonna have a non-engine tier list. Finally, we are not doing separate hand trap and board breaker tier list anymore, because I think it makes more sense this way. Let me know in the comments down below if you're watching this on YouTube, if you prefer this over having separate videos, because I realized that, you know, I think it's more informative if you put it into one video, because people would always be asking, if I made the board breaker tier list, they would be asking, hey, where's what do you think about Ash or whatever, right? And so on and so forth. Also, the benefit of this is we do not get questions like, where's Kurikara in the hand trap video? Like, they're all in the same video now, so that's going to be a blessing for my soul. And also, we get to include some cards. We get to include some cards that are neither hand traps or board breakers, and I can still give you my opinion on it, and it's still fitting. So we're just going to do a whole-ass non-engine tier list for the current TCG format. And the one thing I want to point out here is that this obviously heavily depends on the format. So if you haven't yet, I encourage you to check out my overall meta tier list for the current format, where I talk a lot about the current meta developments of like, hey, is this a hand trap format? Is this a board breaker format? What is overall better positioned? And I will say that right off the bat, we're going to talk about this a lot during this, but not every deck in the format right now is weak to hand traps, and not every deck in the format right now is weak to board breakers. Now, overall, though, it seems to be like we're more in a hand trap format than a board breaker format, and that is going to influence my decision here. I have purposely not labeled these categories this time around. We're just going to do S, A, B, C, D. Because like it's hard to label these, because some of these cards are only good in side decks, some of these are good in the main and side, some of these, you know, whatever, are not good at all. We're just gonna talk about that whenever we hit the card. Like I might put a card in S tier, but say like, yeah, it's only good in side deck, but it's an S tier side deck card or whatever, right? Let's move in, because we have a bunch of things to talk about. Harpy's Feather Duster goes into the B tier because it's not main deckable in my opinion, pretty much at all. It's a fine side deck card, but it suffers from another card that we're going to talk about in a bit, and that is Thrust. Thrust is kind of negative stonks right now. It's going down because hand trap format, you know, Thrust isn't great right now, and that was one of the main reasons to play Duster. It made Duster a lot more accessible. Now, I think it's still valid to play the card in your side deck, but I don't think you're going to main deck it, especially not if you're not main decking Thrust anymore. Called by the Grave, together with Crossout. I think because people are playing a lot of hand traps right now, Called by the Grave and Crossout are pretty much as good as it gets for these kind of cards. Like, you will probably not find a better situation to play Called by and Crossout than specifically right now, right? The issue that I have is that a lot of decks are kind of, they're very tight on non-engine slots, right? And Called by or Crossout, they are not a hand trap and they are not a board breaker on their own. So it's kind of hard to fit them in a deck, because do you really want to have Crossout over a hand trap? Do you really want to have Crossout over more engine or like stopping your opponent from playing? It's tough. It's tough to fit these cards into a deck. If your deck can, though, I think they are good. That's why I'm putting in the middle of the pack. I think there are some decks that want to play these. If you play a lot of hand traps yourself, you're going to find yourself getting good use out of Crossout, I think. I think there's a lot of hand traps in the format right now. Crossout is going to have applications, but I don't think by default that these cards can be higher than B tier, because they simply they are situational, and they require like a very specific situation. That is, you already have to have room for a lot of hand traps, and then you also need to have room on top of that for cross out or called by, and then you also have to want to play those over more non-engine or other whatever. And I think called by is probably better than cross out, because called by can kind of like one of in every deck. You don't need to have 15 hand traps in your deck to play called by. You can just play it if you have one slot. That's fine. It's better than cross out, but retaliating C. Retaliating C is like interesting, I think, against certain decks. The problem with retaliating C is that it's relatively specific. Like, it's not gonna hit that many decks. It hits some of them, but it doesn't hit enough, I think. In a format that is relatively wide, I don't think it's good to play a card that is as specific as retaliating C, but it's not bad. That's the I'm putting it in C tier. It's a playable card. Like, I think it's decent against Pearly, probably. What other decks is it even really good against? It's fine against Rescue Ace, I guess, if they start with Emergency or Diabellstar. Like, it's got uses. Maybe it's B tier for that. It's got uses against Rescue Ace, Pearly, maybe some other decks that I'm missing right now. Branded, I guess. Yeah, it's fine against Branded. It's like, it's got uses. It's got uses. I don't know how good it is against, like, maybe it even has uses against Infernoble if they use, I don't know if they have anything. They might not. It's playable though. Yeah, it's playable, but it's very niche. Even if it hits a couple decks, it's relatively niche. Xyz Encore. Xyz Encore is another relatively niche card, and I personally don't love niche cards in a format that is relatively wide. Now, it is one of the best cards against Pearly, though. It is one of the best cards against Pearly. However, I think this card is good specifically if your deck cares about Abyss Dweller, pretty much. Because then, if you're playing a deck that cares about Abyss Dweller, the card suddenly isn't only good against Pearly, it's also good against every deck that summons Abyss Dweller, which is like, you know, the Rescue Ace can do it, Vanquish Soul can do it, Tierlist can do it, and you can side Xyz Encore if you want against those decks. So if you're playing a deck that suffers from Dweller, this card might be A or S tier, honestly. I think overall it's a B tier card, very high up in B. Let me preface that. You cannot just ignore Pearly. That is not something you can do. You cannot just say, hey, Xyz Encore is too niche for me, I'm not going to play any outs to Noir. But I think it's more realistic that you're going to end up playing a different out to Noir that is good in more matchups, like Talents, a Thrust, Herald of the Abyss combo, Kaiju, Kurikara, Lava Golem in your side deck. Those kind of things I find more realistic in a format where there's so many different things. And then if I play against Talents, Thrust, and Herald of the Abyss package in my side deck, is going to be good against Pearly, but it's also going to be good against other stuff, right? Or Spellbound. Spellbound might also be better generically, whereas this card is usually is what you see. Oh, I was fiddling cards and I dropped them. Typically what you see is Unchained and Tier play Xyz Encore because it also outs Dweller, and I would agree with that. I think it's better. I think it's better against in those type of decks. And in other decks, you are better off playing more generic outs to Noir, I think. Contact C, I think, is probably terrible because now everyone and their mom has an out to it with SP Little Knight, right? There was a time where a deck like Pearly sometimes didn't have an out to this, but now I think everyone does, so I don't like it. It's like only good against decks that lock themselves out of Link monsters, which is only branded. So I don't really see a world where this card is great. Herald of the Abyss. Like I said, I like this card. Obviously, at this point, let's talk about Thrust. Where is Thrust? Let's talk about Thrust real quick. Thrust is a card that in previous iterations was always an S tier card. Before Age of Overlord, Thrust was always the top of my non-engine tier lists, right? Thrust was phenomenal. And everyone was like, you need Thrust to even compete in the game. And if you don't have Thrust, you're at a disadvantage. And that was true. I think that situation has changed. Now, the card that you are required to compete in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Little Knight. But anyways, Thrust is still a good card. Thrust is still a good card. I think the main trend you're going to see from Thrust is it's going to move from the main deck to the side deck. Because like I said, if you are more focused on main decking hand traps, then you still want an out to Noir in your side deck. I think something like side decking Thrust with Herald of the Abyss is a good approach. I think Thrust still has great uses in the format. It's still great against Unchained. It's still great against some other decks, some other situations. You can still play great one-off targets that you can even side. Like you could go and side in Thrust going first and side one trap card because you can expect to be hand trapped in this format, so you can go Thrust into the trap. Those kind of flexibility things are why Thrust is going to be a phenomenal card still. But more often in the side deck. But I think actually the more I'm talking myself into putting it still A tier. It's still so good of a card. Even if people are gonna more often side it than main it, I think it still is a powerhouse of a card. But it's not S tier, best non-engine in the game, required in every deck. You can probably replace it if you don't have it. But it still is a powerhouse of a card, I think. Ash Blossom is S tier in my opinion. There's a good reason why everyone is main decking this card. This is I think next to, we're going to talk about Imperm in a bit, but next to Imperm, this card is the best hand trap in the game. I think it's the one card that it does something against every single deck in the game pretty much, and is just for good reason. Everyone is playing 3 Ashes right now. Like it's there are formats where Ash is not the best hand trap in the format. There's formats where you don't need to play Ash at all. Right now, I think if you're not main decking Ash, you're probably making a mistake. Unless you're making a meta call of like, I'm only gonna play board breakers. I don't want to play any hand traps in my deck. Which I don't know, like you could do that. I don't know why you would, but I think right now Ash is an easy S tier card. Bell, on the other hand, I am struggling to see great uses for against most of the decks. Like it's good against Labyrinth. That is about it. There's some world where I think Bell is not a great card. It's better than Contact C, but I don't think it's great right now. Books. Books are somewhat in. Book of Lunar Eclipse is bad. I don't know why. I should have not included that. Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse are somewhat mediocre right now because they are just somewhat hit or miss. They're like okay in some decks. They have the usage of they can dodge Veiler and Imperm, which are very common cards right now. So that is a plus. If you're playing a deck that really suffers from Ash or not Ash, Veiler or Imperm, you could think about using these more as like they would double up as like a cross out and a non-engine card. You know, that's nice when you can do that. Like for example in Flu, I would recommend playing one or both of these books because you can play through Ash and Imperm. I keep saying Ash, Imperm and Veiler with them, but they are also okay non-engine sometimes. You can also play them in decks that have a specific problem with, for example, Caesar. Like if your deck is fine against Unchained but you struggle against Caesar, you might want to play books. Because they are also good in other matchups. So I think books are like solid B tier. I think Book of Moon is a little bit better than Book of Eclipse right now, even though against Pearly, Book of Eclipse is better than Book of Moon. So maybe they go next to each other, but I think they're like here. Maybe even a little bit lower than that. They're like fine. They're fine. Bestials, I did not make a separate image for Druis Worm because a lot of decks only play Druis Worm right now, but Bestials in general I think are A tier cards right now. They are good, more likely to be good in the side deck than in the main deck. That's what I want to preface here. I don't think you should be main decking Bestials in a lot of decks. The only exceptions I can think of would be like the Dragon Link, of course. There's been a Runic Bestial deck floating around. Branded Bestial might want to main deck them. like maybe Vanquish Soul because they have a dark attribute and they have a different search target for Magnamut as well. Those kind of decks, like if you have a good reason to main deck Bystials, then sure, like the Bystial Horus deck as well. There's decks, yeah. In general, though, Bystials are good cards. They are solid side deck options against Unchained, against Tier, those kind of things. Some random decks also lose to the Bystials. They are solid right now. I like them in the side deck. I'm pretty good. Not every deck wants to play them. That's why they're not S tier, but they are solid in the format. I think they're solid non-engine cards. Change of Heart. Change of Heart is a C tier card right now. I love Change of Heart. I like whenever it's really good. But I think the only reason to play the card would be together with Thrust, and even then, you are only gonna search Change of Heart with Thrust if you already have Talents in your hand. So I think Change of Heart is awkward because it doesn't solve any board on its own. The only deck it's really good against, I think, is Unchained. And I'm not even sure if I would be playing one Change of Heart over, like, I mean, you already have Talents, so I don't know if you are gonna play a full Thrust lineup of 3 Talents, 3 Thrust, Change of Heart anymore. Like, I don't know if that's the case anymore. Well, it's still a fine card. Like, it's a fine card still. Cherries, I think, has some uses. I think most decks struggle to have the extra deck space to use Cherries right now, and even if they do, I don't know if there's a deck in the game right now that it completely destroys, right? Like, it's fine against Unchained. It's solid against Pearly, I guess. It's solid in some other matchups. But you would have to have the extra deck space to play. You have to have a lot of extra deck space to play the card effectively, and it doesn't, like, there's not anything that it completely ruins. Like, maybe, like, if you have room for Ice Sold in your extra deck as well, like, maybe there it's fine, right? But it's very situational and requires a lot of extra deck space. Vanquish Soul is the best Cherries deck. In Vanquish Soul, I could see having the space for it. In Flu, basically all the decks that could play Ultimate Slayer could also play Cherries if they wanted to. And then it wouldn't be bad, but it's definitely not great. DD Crow is a card that it looks very generic. It looks very generic, but I'm gonna throw it in C tier because I think DD Crow just doesn't hit enough decks hard enough. Like, DD Crow seems, on paper, it seems fine against Tier. It seems fine against Unchained. It seems fine against Pearly. It can even be okay against Rescue Ace, although that is kind of unlikely. But it just feels like it doesn't do enough. You know what I mean? Like, Crow just doesn't feel like it's impactful enough. Even though you can Crow something in every matchup, probably, you have to be very lucky for it to be enough. The card is, in that sense, relatively consistent and relatively generic, but I don't think it's strong enough right now. It's like weird. Like a Bystial, that's the difference between the Bystials. When the Bystials hit, they are huge, because in a grind game back and forth, when you hand trap each other, those free bodies, those free +1s off of Magnamut and Druis Worm, they really matter. Right? Because if Druis Worm stops your opponent from doing something, you not only stop the thing, you also get a 2500 body that removes another card from the field when it dies. And if you summon Magnamut, you get another +1. Crow doesn't do that. Crow is just kind of gone after you use it. It's just gone, and you hope that it was impactful enough, right? So while with a Bystial, you're happy to trade like a minor thing. Trading with a Bystial is good because you get the huge body and the value from the card. With Crow, banishing some small thing out of their graveyard is just not impactful enough, I don't think. But the reason I'm still putting it in at like the top of C tier is because I think if you already play a lot of hand traps and you desperately need more, Crow could be the one. But I don't love it. Dark Hole. Dark Hole is not great right now. Lot of decks that don't care about Dark Hole at all. The only deck that I can think of is Mikanko, right? The one where you want to out the acid golem. That's like the one thing I could think of, but that's very, very niche. I think it's okay against Rescue Ace. Like, if you already have it in your side deck, you probably could side it against Rescue Ace just because it forces Baron negate, it forces Savage negate, it forces D-Save Worm negate, but then you still have to deal with the rest of the board. So I don't think it's a great card. I wouldn't recommend playing it. Even if you're looking for an out to the Acid Golem lock, there's better cards like Droplet and Enemy. We're going to talk about those in a second. Raigeki, on the other hand, is, I think, even worse than Dark-Hole. Even worse. Droll and Lockbird is a super, super popular card right now. I'm going to put it at the top of A tier, though. I'm not going to put Droll and Lockbird in S tier, and let me explain. I have been finding Droll and Lockbird to be a powerful card, but when I play a lot of other hand traps in my deck, sometimes I feel weird about Droll. Like, I've had a lot of situations where, let's say my opponent goes activate a Pearly spell and summon out Pearl Lily, right? And I have Droll and Imperm in my hand, which is a very common thing to happen, right? It's a very common thing to happen when you play all those Imperms and Veilers and so on and so forth. What do? Do you Imperm the Lily? Because that seems like it's the right play to do. Or do you just let them search and then Droll them, right? And that is something that Droll, I think, is really good against the decks where it completely stops them, right? It's insane against decks like Mannadium. It's insane against decks like Rika and some other decks in the format. I don't think it's great against decks where if you Droll them, you still need more hand traps on top to still, like, stop them from doing anything. And especially there, it can have some sequencing issues because your opponent starts with something that searches, and you're like, well, do I Imperm this now, or do I let them search and then Droll them? And sometimes it's awkward. You get what I'm saying? I think the card is still good, though. Like, the thing is, if you're not main decking Droll, you're probably gonna always side deck it in this format, and that's why it's still the very top of A tier. Because even though sometimes it feels awkward, sometimes it can miss against certain decks. Basically, the only decision that you have to make for Droll and Lockbird right now is if you main deck or side deck it. Like, everyone is still gonna play it, which is still why it's an incredibly powerful card. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying why I don't think it's an auto include in every main deck. Main deck, it feels a little gambly, quote unquote, but it can pay off. Side deck, I think it's always going to be there. If you're not main decking it, you're going to side it because it hits a lot of decks really hard. So I like Droll. I think it's very strong. Droplet is somewhat funny because everyone thought when Arise Heart was banned that it was the only thing gatekeeping Droplet, pretty much. I'm gonna put Droplet in C tier. I think Droplet just isn't great right now because Droplet is bad against some of the decks in the format, like straight up not great against some of them. Like Rescue Ace setting up all the back row, one Droplet is not gonna get you through it. Unchained Droplet is like, you still have to deal with all the back row and stuff. Like, it does something against most decks. The problem that I have with Droplet is that because we're in a hand trap format, I think Droplet just isn't great right now. If I open a hand trap or two, it's really awkward because I want to stop my opponent from making a board. So what's the point of the Droplet in my hand, right? And especially after I'm using one or two hand traps, what am I going to send for my Droplet? I start my turn with 4 cards. What do I Droplet away, right? It's really hard. If I don't stop my opponent from playing, if they make the full board in any of the meta decks right now, Droplet is not going to do shit. I'm not beating a full combo with Droplet. It doesn't do that anymore. Those things combined, I think, just make Droplet not ideal right now. There's definitely a world where Droplet can come back into the game. I just don't think it's right now. Like, most of the decks have back row to back up their plays, or their own hand traps, right? There's nothing that feels worse than Dropletting your opponent's entire board and then just choking against the hand trap, right? You're like, start play after droplet, and well, you get hand trapped, you get stopped anyways, and then you have to pass back, right? So I don't think droplet is great right now. I just don't like it. As powerful as the card is, right now I don't think is the time for it. Enemy controller, on the other hand, is pretty cool. It's got some cool interactions. Once again, the problem with it is alone it does not really do enough. But the coolest thing about enemy controller, in my opinion, is that going second, it helps you dodge like a lot of their imperms and veilers, which droplet can technically also do, but I think what you get out of enemy controller is better than what you get out of droplet, because you actually take their monster instead of just negating it. So enemy is cool. I don't think it's probably too high up here. It's probably more like here. It's probably more like here. It's a fine card. It's been especially good in like rescue ace for the mirror match, but I don't think you're gonna have that many mirror matches anymore. It's still a thing, but like I think enemy's fine. I just don't think it's better than the stuff up here. Evenly is a card that is awkward. Evenly is very awkward right now because alone it does nothing, right? Alone, evenly does nothing against pretty much every deck in the format right now. Like if you let any deck completely set up, evenly is literally just not existent in your hand, right? Basically it allows you to skip your battle phase to force one negate or something like that, right? Also, SP Little Knight is another big deal in this format that makes evenly like almost irrelevant, because your opponent is just gonna use SP, banish itself and one other card, and have follow-up next turn. So I think evenly is also a C tier card right now, which is crazy, honestly. The fact that I'm putting cards like evenly and droplet into the C tier just means how specific of a format we have, how much the game has changed from like last year. Phantasme, on the other hand, I am delighted to say that Phantasme is a playable card again. I'm putting it here. I have high hopes in Phantasme. Phantasme is really good in the format right now because a lot of decks are going to link summon. I still don't think you're going to main deck Phantasme. I don't think link summoning is popular enough. There's too many decks that don't do it that much. But I think Phantasme is great. Phantasme gives you a body. Phantasme draws you into more hand traps. Phantasme solves one problem that I mentioned earlier, which is that there are some good hand traps, but there are not infinite good hand traps, right? Like if I go ahead and I say I want to play 12 hand traps in my main deck and I want to side even more, there's a cliff where you just don't find any more really good hand traps. Like they don't make them like Ash anymore, you know? Like at a certain point, they don't make them like Imperm, they don't make them like Veiler. So if you want more hand traps, but you can't find any more hand traps, Phantasme might be a good solution because you can draw into those good hand traps. It fixes your hand. It's good against Little Knight, which every deck is playing. I think Phantasme is a good card. The only question is, do you want to play it over other non-engine? Because itself does not stop your opponent from playing. You have to rely on Phantasme drawing you non-engine pretty much. And also, it conflicts with another card that is actually randomly the next one on the list, and that's Fenrir. And that is a big deal, because Fenrir is also a very powerful non-engine card this format. I'm throwing it in the A tier, because Fenrir is a monster and a powerhouse in grindy games, right? When you grind back and forth with your opponent, because both players are playing hand traps, both players are playing grindy decks like Unchained, like Pearly, like whatever, all those decks can grind. Fenrir is really strong. It might almost be an S tier card. It might be an S tier card, but it's really powerful. It's really, really powerful. Fenrir is very strong in back and forth hand trappy games, which I think is what we have right now a lot. And that's why I think the decks that can play Fenrir without it conflicting with their own engine, they should probably play Fenrir. Yeah, and that's that. Gamma is obviously limited. That's why I think it can never be higher than C tier. But I want to say that if you really want more hand traps, you could think about a side deck package of Gamma and the one that negates spell cards. I think it's Delta. Like going second, if you have some deltas and gammas in your deck. They're like okay. Like against Rescue Ace, negating their spells is pretty powerful. So there's a couple decks where you could do that. You can probably find better hand traps. You could probably find better hand traps, but I think there's a world where if you just want to overload on hand traps, you could play Gamma, Delta, and Driver. And then suddenly the 1 Gamma, 1 Driver deal doesn't look as bad because you get Deltas on top of it, right? I don't hate that. Lava Golem. Lava Golem is in a weird spot because, like I said, most decks want to play hand traps, and also most decks right now kind of want their normal summon. I still think Lava Golem is a B tier card in something that doesn't need its normal summon, like Pearly. You could definitely consider playing the card because there are a lot of decks right now that even if you hand trap them once, they can still end on something, and then Lava Golem can just fuck them up, right? There's a bunch of decks where 1 hand trap plus Lava Golem is probably going to be fine, right? Like if you try to ash your opponent's tour guide, they have extenders to play through, well, I guess I'm going to Lava Golem them, right? That's fine, I think. Lava Golem is one of those cards that if you pair it with 1 hand trap, it's probably good. So decks that can side deck Lava Golem, they can. I think they can. Chaos Hunter is bad. Yeah, I don't know why I probably shouldn't have included Chaos Hunter even. Imperm is S tier. Maybe not. I don't think it's better than Ash right now, but it's very, very close because there's a couple cool things that Imperm does, which is that it cannot be Talenced, which Talents is also going to be a good card this format. That is great. It can't be Called by the Grave, which is also another card that's popular this format. The problem with Imperm is that it conflicts with some cards. Like if you draw it in your standby phase, for example, in your opponent's standby phase with, for example, Sleepy Memory, can't use it. If you draw it off of Phantasme, can't use it. These kind of things, right? The one thing that I love about Imperm is that it's good as a 6th card, right? That's what I really like about it, is when I top deck Imperm, and I can immediately use it. That I think is very, very important because if you play a lot of hand traps, your card number 6 is very often going to be frustrating, right? And Imperm not basically contributing to that is huge. So I think Imperm is very, very good. And I think most decks right now, if you want to play hand traps, you always start Ash Imperm. Always. Like if you have room for 6 hand traps, those are your 6 hand traps, I think. For good reason. Kaijus. I guess let's talk about Kaijus and Sphere Mode together, because those are the ones that tribute your opponent's shit. We've already talked about Lava Golem. I think Kaijus are somewhere in the B tier as well. They have less impact than Lava Golem, but they are more splashable. I think a lot of decks are going to use them as like a small world target, maybe. But I think specifically, if you like, similarly to Lava Golem, if you hand trap your opponent once or twice, I think a Kaiju is like realistic to still do some solid work. Like if your opponent still manages to end on Caesar, it outs the Caesar. If your opponent still manages to hit to sit on a Little Knight, it can out the Little Knight. If your opponent still ends on a Noir, you can out the Noir. It's a very flexible card, and I think 1-for-1 trading is not bad in the current format. Like if you really think about it, a lot of the hand traps also just try to 1-for-1 trade, simplify the game, you know, and like getting rid of one of your opponent's end board pieces with a Kaiju is not bad. I think they're not your main focus when building a deck, but they are okay. They are playable. Sphere Mode, on the other hand, I think is a C tier card because a lot of the decks don't even have 3 monsters on the end board. Sucks against Pearly, sucks against Unchained most of the time. No guarantee that Rescue Ace is going to play into it. Maybe it's a little bit better than these other ones because if for the right matchup, it can be good. Like, for example, I think Infernoble or Mannadium are 2 decks that are more likely to play into it. Like, if you want to have something like... If your deck isn't very hand trap heavy, right? And you really want a couple of cards that 1 card solve Infernoble, Mannadium, maybe. You could play Sphere Mode and Droll, for example, as an approach to that, right? I think Sphere Mode is okay for that. Of course, your deck needs to not need its normal summon, though, which is tough. But yeah. Kurikara, on the other hand, I simply don't like as much. I think Kurikara very often ends up being a less flexible version of a kaiju, because simply you have to wait for your opponent to use their effects. So you can't out a Little Knight with it. You can't out a lot of the things that get value off of their effects. So I don't love Kurikara right now. Maybe a small world target for specifically outing Noir, but that's only a one-off. I don't think it's a good card overall right now. Artifact Lancia is... I'm putting it on purpose. I'm putting it next to Retaliating Sea because it has some uses. It can work out. Against Rescue Ace, the problem is if you Lancia them as soon as they have 2 Rescue Aces in the graveyard, they might just go for summoning the Turbulence off of Emergency, and then they still get to set 4. It doesn't guarantee that it works, and it's very, very matchup specific, which is not great in a diverse format, so I think it's a low B tier card, but it is I don't think it is terrible against Rescue Ace, because it also stops the draw from the Sinful Spoils card if they open with that. There's a lot of ways around it, though, so I'm not in love with it. I'm not in love with it. I don't think it's phenomenal. It's, yeah. Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm I'm going to put even lower than Feather Duster. It's kind of tough because I understand that people still want this card in their deck, because it feels so good to Lightning Storm like a Labyrinth or sometimes a Rescue Ace, but the problem is, once again, the same as with Feather Duster and Evenly, if your Labyrinth opponent sets up, they usually have a negate for this card, so you have to pair it up with something else, right? Which is always kind of bad, right? Like, it's always bad if you draw your 1 blowout card and it doesn't even work, because you still need to force your opponent's spell and trap negate. Now, maybe this is different if you're playing a deck that can easily force spell and trap, like those negates. Like if you have a deck that is very good at baiting certain types of interactions, like for example, Evenly Matched, for example, is a lot better if you're still playing a runic deck, because you can just, against Rescue Ace, if they have the Terahertz and the spell and trap negate in the graveyard, you can just go battle phase, try to stop the Terahertz, like try to flashing fire the Terahertz, and if they negate it, well, you can now evenly them, right? So that is, the context is important. If you play a deck that can easily bait those negates, then you can consider still playing Lightning Storm or Evenly, right? Yeah. Mind Control is just a strictly worse change of heart, so I wouldn't recommend playing it. It's not awful though. Mourner, I think, is somewhere in the A tier. I think it's good together with Effect Veiler. Both of these cards are pretty strong right now. Maybe Veiler is even S tier, because it's simply like when you make the decision to put hand traps into your deck right now, I think it's not enough to just say like, okay, I'm gonna play Ash Imperm because those are the best ones and that's it, right? I'm just gonna call it a day with 6 hand traps, because really, if you want to consistently stop Rescue Ace in its tracks, you need multiple hand traps, because they have so many extenders to play through one hand trap. So if you want to feel safe going second against most of the meta decks, you need multiple. And that's where Veiler, Mourner really come in, right? That's where they come in. On its own, they're not amazing. They're not amazing on their own, but if you can pair them up with another hand trap, they're really, really strong. And the same is true for Nibiru. I'm putting Nibiru at the top of A. Simply because Nibiru is awkward. It's like it also needs to be paired, but if it is paired, it's really, really strong. Some matchups even lose to Nibiru if it's not paired. Some matchups lose to one Nibiru alone. I think Nibiru is never gonna be your first hand trap in a deck. I don't like that, but I think if you already play Ash Imperm, you can consider Veilers, you can consider Mourners, or you can go a more blowout direction with Nibiru or Droll. But all of these are basically the 6 best hand traps in the format, I think. It's like you have the one-on-one negations, the Ash Imperm Veiler Mourner route, or you have the more blowout perspective of Nibiru and Droll. And then, of course, you have Shifter, which is, if your deck can play it, it's an S-tier hand trap. Not every deck can play it, that's why I'm not putting it at the top, but if you can play it, or if you can side it, Shifter is an S-tier hand trap, because it's really, really strong. But it's not as generic as Ash, Imperm, Veiler, Mourner, Droll, Nibiru. That's why I'm talking about these others separately. But Shifter is really good. Let's finish off the hand traps real quick. Skullmeister, I don't see a reason to play. It's too generic. It'd be good against tier, but I don't think it's good enough overall. Ghost Ogre, Ghost Ogre is like one of those cards that people have been trying to play because they want to respect Centurion. I personally don't think Centurion is popular enough to respect it with a card like Ghost Ogre, but it has some uses in other matchups. Like it's good against Pearly on My Friend. It's actually really good against Pearly on My Friend. Like that's one of the best feelings you can have, unless they have Happy Memory, then you're crying. But it's good against Pearly. It's good against Flu on the field spell, for example. What else is it good against? I'm trying to find other decks where the card is good. It's good against Little Knight in general. That's one other thing, because Little Knight says banish both. Ghost Ogre pretty much destroys Little Knight unless it's being made with IP Masquerena, but then you could have just Ghost Ogred the IP Masquerena. So I think Ghost Ogre is one of those cards that it looks worse than it actually is, right? It's fine on Isold if they use the effect on Summon. I think Ghost Ogre is like not better than the hand traps I put into the S and A tier, but it's actually got some surprising coverage in this current format, right? I don't know if it's good enough to main deck it ever, but it's got some coverage. You know, it's fine. Then we have Pancratops, which I think is a between upper B tier and maybe even lower A tier. The only problem with Pancratops is that it's limited. Pancratops being limited kind of sucks. You cannot play multiples of this. You're never gonna main deck this, but it's a solid side deck card because simply runs over Little Knight, outs every floodgate in the game, is pretty much good in every matchup, is also really good if you go hand traps back and forth, you know, similar to Fenrir. It's just a very impactful card because it's big, it runs over things, it often trades 2 for 1. Very strong card, but it's just a one-off side deck card pretty much. That's why I'm putting it lower than Fenrir. Then we have Super Poly, which is a card that I'm seeing people play a lot. And I see the appeal of it, but I don't think it's that good. I'm gonna throw it in B tier, but I'm not convinced by it enough. I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating it because I don't really see all the uses for it, but it doesn't feel like it's consistently like if my opponent goes Rescue Ace combo. If my opponent goes Rescue Ace combo, what do I Super Poly? Like, they have a Terahertz on the board, and I have a Super Poly. Where do I get from here? They still have all their back row? I'm not playing through it, am I? Like, it doesn't seem great. Pearly Noir doesn't out Noir. Against Tier, there's no guarantee it's going to be good enough, because it depends a lot on what board they make. It's a good card, but I don't think it's that good. I don't think it's A tier or S tier. I personally am currently not planning to use this card, but I'm seeing a lot of people use it, so maybe there's more to it than I'm seeing, but I don't love Super Poly. Dark Ruler is somewhere around the level of Evenly and Droplet. Unfortunately, it's just not the format for these kind of blowouts. Like, Dark Ruler is just it's not this format. I don't think we have to go over it. It's the exact same reasoning as for these other cards usually. I think it's better than Droplet because it doesn't require you to send a lot of cards to the graveyard, but I don't love it. Ultimate Slayer I'm gonna put at the top of C because it simply is very situational and cannot be used in every deck, but if your deck can use it, I think it's fine. Especially because it's pretty good against SP Little Knight. Like, if you play a deck that has a lot of hand traps, and then you have the room in the extra deck, you can, like, hand trap your opponent. The most likely thing that everyone ends on if they get hand trapped is they still end on a Little Knight. You just Ultimate Slayer the Little Knight for a +1. That feels pretty good, right? So I like the card. And I think it's not bad this format, but I don't know exactly which decks can really make good use of it because of the extra deck requirements that it has. But it's a fine card. Then we have Talents, which is straight up an S tier card right now, because as you'll notice, almost all of the cards here in the S and the A tier are all monsters, outside of Thrust, which isn't even that high on the list, and Imperm, of course. Outside of Imperm and Thrust, every non-engine that people are playing is Talents, is hand traps, pretty much. And I mean, I don't have to tell you that Talents is great in a hand trap format. The only thing that is holding back Talents is the fact that not every deck has infinite non-engine slots. Like, for example, if your deck has like 9 or 12 non-engine slots, which is like about average for modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, talents could make the cut, but it could also not make the cut. Because if you have 9, for example, if you have 9 non-engine slots and you play Ash Imperm, you're like, okay, 6 hand traps is kind of low. Do I really want to go talents as my next non-engine? Because I might not draw my hand traps and just get full comboed on. And if you get full comboed on in this format, talents doesn't do it. Talents does not do it if you don't hand trap your rescue ace opponent and they do the full thing, right? Talents is a card that really accelerates at going first in this format. It's really good at like punishing hand traps from your opponent. But I think it's only really good in decks that have more non-engine slots than like 9 or 12. So I don't think every deck is going to play it in the main deck, but you're probably going to side deck it. It still is an S tier card. If your deck has room for it, like if your deck can play enough non-engine plus talents, you should do it. I like it. I like talents, but like I said, I don't think it's an auto-include in every deck. Because simply, hand traps might be more important. Hand traps might be more important. Cosmic Cyclone is the last one on the list, and I think Cosmic Cyclone is all right. It's an all right card. It can trade well in some matchups. It covers Centurion. It's good against tier because you can hit Scream, Pearl Rhino, Sulliak. It can be okay. It's just a fine. It's just average, right? Middle of B, right in the middle of B. Can be used against Unchained going first, right? If they set a trap and then they target it, you just Cosmic it. That feels pretty good. It's got uses in a lot of matchups. It's a fine card. The question is, does it make the cut when you look at all these other impactful non-engine cards, right? Is it better than... do you ever play it over any of those other cards? That I'm not sure, but the card itself, I think, is pretty good, right? No Spellbound or Emerald Spellbound, I did forget to include. Spellbound is probably also a B tier card because it's relatively situational, but it's playable. I like it. It's like upper B tier. That being said, if there's another card that I may have missed, like Spellbound, make sure to let me know in the YouTube comments down below. If you're seeing this on YouTube, make sure to tell me in the comments what you think and what kind of cards you would know my opinion on. And thank you for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and say goodbye to YouTube, Twitch chat, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Peace. All right. I quickly need to go to the toilet. That needs to be done, and I will be right back. Let me see. I'll quickly run an ad so we don't have it when I get back, and then I'll be back in a second. Okay. All right. So that was the tier list segment for today. I hope that was informative or helpful. Have you opened your rarity collection box? I have, and I pulled a Starlight, a quarter century rare Code Talker inverted, and a ultimate rare Code Talker inverted as well. So I hate the universe now. Have we looked at the Master Duel Banlist? We have. We have. Oh, also, yeah, I pulled a quarter century ice barrier. That was cringe. Okay, now that is I think that's it for the TCG content for today. We are going to swap over to the Master Duels for the next 2 hours. I know one of the things that I find a little weird recently. One of the things I find a little bit weirdly recently as being a Yu-Gi-Oh content creator, just something out of the life of a Yu-Gi-Oh content creator, I guess, is juggling Master Duel and TCG content. Right? You get what I mean? Like it's kind of, it can be kind of awkward. I don't know, maybe I'm misinterpreting it. Maybe a lot of people just care about both. Well, yeah, anyways. It's confusing. Well, I'm not confused by it. It's just I can imagine that some people only play Master Duel and don't care for the TCG, and that's valid. And then there are some people that only care about the TCG and don't care about Master Duel, and that's valid too. And then there's people that like both or just want to learn how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, or like watch someone play Yu-Gi-Oh, which is also valid. It's just something you need to juggle, right? I mean, I personally do play both. I care about both, so I'm fine streaming either, right? It's just that I can definitely tell, like when for example YCS Bologna is approaching, you know, just here for you. Aw, thank you. Well, I mean, that's what I would hope, right? That's basically that's what I would hope, is that people watch me because they like the stream anyways, so they find it good. Oh my god, why is plant still selected? Okay. What do we play today? Maybe we play a little bit of everything. Is there something we could try? Like experiment with in Master Duel? Is there any experimentation to be done? I don't know. Proficiency test? I mean, we can... What's missing for the proficiency? Let's do it. Let's do the proficiency requirement. What did we need to do? We need to synchro summon once more, and we need to fusion summon 2 more times. Synchro summon once more and fusion summon 2 more times. Okay, let's do that. Let's do the proficiency thing today. I want to see where it goes. It was fun the first couple times. So for synchro summoning, you guys already know we're gonna go with actually, we could play Tierlist. That might do both in one game, literally. Literally, if I'm lucky, what was it? 2 more fusions, 1 more synchro. I could literally do that in one game. Let's do that. Also, Oyar and Panpano, thank you for the subs. Appreciate that. Especially Oyar with the 17 months. I appreciate that. But also Panpano with the first time Prime. I also appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thank you for everyone who may have subscribed during the tier list recording. I just don't like to disrupt the recording, but I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. My hand does not play Yu-Gi-Oh! As of right now. So the proficiency test is not really a... You can summon Rhino? Well, yeah, I guess. Uh-oh. I ashed this, right? It's the Crooked Cook. Is it Crooked Cook? I'm ashing. I don't know if I have an out to the Crooked Cook. Oh, I play Goddess. Never mind. It is Crooked Cook. Okay, good. We play Goddess. Baguska. Don't make Baguska, please. There's cook. Okay. Fine. The cook that is crooked. All right. That was a good draw. I mean, we're just winning, right? Because we play Goddess. Literally like a almost 100% matchup. What does that do? So Crook Cook is very cringe because it is unaffected by other card effects when you control no other cards. The only way you can get rid of it is by battle, but when they use Astral Karibo as its material, the monster can't be destroyed by battle. We milled Ash, Wraith, Soth, and Snow. I mean, yeah, let's just make Kaleido Heart. Kikalos, I mean. What if they can get another one? If they can get another one, I mean, we just kill them here, I think. If we can. Now, this time I'm gonna send the tier cache. Also, we have Snow in the grave and a lot of disruption to stop them from... no. We can stop them from getting another one easily. Okay, Soliak milled, Beast. Yeah, I mean, good lord. Okay, Rhino 1. Beast. Soliak. All I need is a tuner. I need to make a synchro. That is my #1 desire. I need to make a synchro for the proficiency test. That is of utmost importance, chat. We need to synchro summon. But I cannot guarantee that, right? I need to mill a synchro to do that. A tuner, I mean. Let's go Shireen. I already normal summoned. Oh! Pineapple the fruit, dude. It's phenomenal. Saving the day. Easy clap. Bop, 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 bop. Is this my first game in Master? No, we played more yesterday, right? Oh, Destrudo too. Redoer. These two. That's Sharon. This is game, right? Yeah. This is game. Up, 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 up. Pop. Hello. Wait, why can't I? Do I have no dark monster? Oh, well. I have no dark monster, dude. What the hell? Yeah, I didn't think it mattered what I banished for snow. Well, I guess. Easy! Double fusion, one synchro in one game. We're the best. Okay, we can do the test. Ooh, we got... Those are nice. Those are actually nice. I like those. Academic exam. Answer 5 out of 8 questions correctly to pass. Let's see. Question 1. What text? Link summon Celine, and then the effect reads: if this card is link summon, place spell counters on this card equal to the number of spells on the field. You have only 2 pendulum monster cards in play in the pendulum zone of your field, while your opponent has none. In addition, both you and your opponent have 1 spell card each in their grave. In this count, how many spell... Yep, well... 4. What number is written on the armor of Skystriker Ace Shizuku? Do not know that. In the Colossal Mechanical Conch in solo mode, which of the following did Cleaford decide to do in order to purify... What the hell, dude? Ooh, that's something... That sounded like something Cleafords would do. Yeah, solo modes. When is Starry Night set to descend? This one. No! Which of the following cannot be targeted by the effect of Monster Reborn after it has been sent to the graveyard with the effect of Foolish Burial? Wait, Obelisk? This... No, this one. Yeah. Of course, the ritual, yeah. Come on, man. Which of the statements is true? They are included in the main deck when a deck is being built. Well, I just need... That's just correct, right? Yeah. What is the attribute of this card? It's a fiend! That was close, actually. We got 5 out of 8, dude. We almost failed. Because they give me those damn solo mode questions that I have no idea, dude. Actual close call, man. Now the mission? Wait, what's the mission? Ritual? Oh my... No, dude. What? Ritual summon a monster, pendulum summon a monster, and link summon a monster. Well, I can do the link summoning part. Does the festival count? The ritual counts? Okay, I'll play a game in the solo mode then. In the ritual festival then. There's new missions for it anyways, I think. That I haven't done yet. No, I don't have my my Necros goo anymore. I need to rebuild my Necros goo. Okay, bop 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 bop. Bop bop bop. The Necros goo. Bop 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 bop. Prep. Herald. We need extra deck for Kaleido. Rhoda. Manju. Benju. Is there any extra deck? There's no rank force, right? Oh, there was one. There was some Dynamondo was there. I remember. There's no exceeds though. But Dynamondo was there. That's pretty good. What else do I even have? Fusion, Synchro. This one, I guess. Not that it matters. But there was Cross Sheep as well. And technically this. I don't know, dude. Make Pank is there? I'll play 2 Panks. Sure. Did you stream the ritual event? I did stream. It was the very first day of the event, which I think was last week, Monday or something like that. I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was the very first day of the event. Okay, my hand is broken. Because my deck is broken. They did let me go first, which makes me scared as hell. But I'm ritual summoning like crazy right now as we speak. We are safe. We have Valkyries in hand. We cannot be defeated. What's the best follow-up? We have Kaleido, but we can't do Unicorn again because we already did the Herald. Guess we get a Trish. Phenomenal opener. Could not have gone any better. Eh. Fine. End phase, Pog. I don't know if they can beat my... I don't know if they can beat my Valkyrus. Does some of Necroz's combos skip the battle phase? No, Valkyrus ends your opponent's battle phase when they attack. It's like a swift scarecrow that also works if you have monsters, pretty much. Valkyrus is the best. This is 59. Technically, it's game. Technically, I do have game. If I just go into Clausulus, into Cycle, and then I just summon back Unicorn, I guess let's do that. We could also get Mirror. Yeah, we could also get Mirror. I'm gonna be honest, I miss Necros. Is this your favorite tier 0 deck? Probably. Probably. Jin was cringe. I don't like Jin. But Necros was based. Alright. Wait, that gave me 200 gems? Oh, we haven't even finished this. There's like 400 gems I get still. Let's do that. Isn't it pretty linear though? It's no, it's not. Like the core combos are, but I think that's the case for every deck. Like I think most decks in a vacuum, if you just learn the lines, they're all pretty linear. Because technically every deck without the opponent in the equation is like relatively linear, you know? But I think Necros, the fun in Necros is when you actually play it, right? When it's two Necros against each other and it's like you have to what's going on here? You have to take into account that you pass on an open board, right? The end board of Necros in peak Necros end board was literally no cards. Think about that for a second. This hand is awkward. I almost want to pass. Maybe I should have gone second. Eh. I was like, no way it's a mirror match, but they might actually be playing any. Yeah, they're probably not. Imagine going into a freaking Master Duel event and queuing up Drytron, dude. No, I'm not entertaining this. You listen to the LOL song Got New Jeans? No, I don't know that one. I might check it out. You and Jesse both put Imperm in the S tier. Hold up, I'm going second. With Jesse saying a well-placed Imperm can end a turn. My question, I show a certain deck, say Striker or Tri-Brigade, consider too slow if they can play those cards and go off in their own way. Well, the thing is, even if you manage to end your opponent's turn, you need to punish them somewhat on the next turn and re-establish a situation, because most decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! These days have pretty strong follow-up. So even if your Imperm ends their turn, which is not even a guarantee, it's like it can do that, but it might not. And then if you're playing a deck like Sky Striker, you're not really setting up that much through their stuff, right? You are technically correct in the sense that I think in a hand trap format, more decks are kind of viable, right? Because if everyone is trying to just hand trap their opponent to death, technically that you can do that in any deck, right? If you're just a little bit luckier than your opponent and have better or more hand traps. So technically, there's like, you know, nothing speaks against like the fact that Sky Striker can beat decks by just hand trapping them and then just winning. I just think when you're playing Sky Striker with hand traps, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage because your barrier of like you have a much higher hill to climb than other you know, than other decks. How would you describe the Novell versus Necros matchup? Blue is my answer. It's blue. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the counter trap. Can't I just trish them? I can trish them? I'm pretty sure. Okay. I summon. This is still, I mean, it's definitely still Trish. Should I have summoned this in attack? Was this a mistake? I don't think these two punish this. What is their response though? It's nothing. It's not the ones on the board. They have another hand trap then? Veiler? They really have Veiler? Hmm. That's kind of tough. I can't really do anything about Valor. I'd have to top deck another Trish to stop Valor. But then I wouldn't banish from their hand anyways because you know. Yeah, we could just cycle here. Hmm. Well, this is nothing though, right? This just is nothing. We should have banished to search a spell before Trish. We didn't have a ritual spell in the grave. I added it back with prep. Let's... So cringe. So... Tribute to summon a hungry burger. Bale Grill tributes everything? No, only the first effect. If it's special summon, it tributes everything. But the other effect is quick effect. You could target one attack position monster your opponent controls, tribute it, and if you do, special summon a hungry burger. So all I need to do is summon one guy that's bigger than it. Was answer? Oh, okay, my bad. Like I'll summon Valk here, and then go battle phase with Valk. Didn't they discard their burger already? I mean, there's one in the... There was one somewhere. No, it's back in the deck somehow. I could have sworn they had it, but... Yeah. Oh, wait, this doesn't tribute itself. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, well. I thought it tributed itself. Well. Man, why did they have to top deck freaking Called by the Grave? Can you just draw a dead ritual monster so I can trish you, please? Can you just draw a ritual monster so I can trish you with any top deck in my deck? Thank you. Except for that one, I'm so tilted, dude. Literally 25 cards in my deck, 2 ritual spells. I'm pretty sure the ritual spells and Ash are the only cards that don't let me trish them. Good lord. I did say any top deck, yes. Yeah, dude, Diviner gives them the little girl too, right? Oh my god. That's so cringe. That could have been an actual good game. And we just draw a ritual spell. Do they kill us though? Would we have won if we kept Trish alive with Walk? I'm not sure, because... Yeah. Because then, like, I just can't attack over this shit. Okay, they missed. But I'm pretty sure they have a ritual spell in hand, so they can set it. And then I cannot trish them. Unless they draw in the end phase with the field spell, then I might be able to trish them. This draws a card, I think. Yeah. Can Necros have someone like this? Please? Can I have someone like this? That works. When a card or effect is activated, targets a monster on the field. Oh, when a monster starts to an effect. No, okay. It's probably Valk first. Fish. Problem is, I don't think we can run them out of cards. Like, I don't think that I actually don't think this deck outgrinds their deck. I don't think it's a thing. Because we just run out of ritual spells. Oh no, man. Ah, we needed that Rhoda one turn earlier. We would have cooked them. It's fine. Play their burger deck. I don't have the cards and I don't want to play the loner. The loner is kind of bad. I mean, it works, but I don't like it. It's just so suboptimal. It's good enough to play. I mean, I know I've won a game with it. When I did in the very beginning, I did a challenge where I wanted to win one game with each loner deck. It's playable, but I just don't like playing it like that. What's the optimal version? I mean, something like Effect Veiler is insane in Nouvelle because like what you saw that game where you just you can Veiler your opponent's shit and then trigger your monsters as well. Like Veiler is insane in the deck. One time play old school cards like day one cards. I mean, I was thinking about doing old formats in Master Duel. It'd be different a little bit, but it would be kind of resemblant of it. Okay, well, Beast Warrior. Okay, well. What's your least favorite summoning mechanic? Pendulum. Ritual, I actually think Ritual is cool. I just think their design for Ritual was very, like, bad often. Like, for some reason, they make Ritual decks like Drytron, and even Nouvelle, even though I don't think Nouvelle is too strong or anything, I think that design is weird. Like, it's just annoying card design, because it's always like, Ritual, it's not like Ritual summon once and it's good enough. No, it needs to be Ritual summon 15 times in a turn, and every Ritual searches another Ritual and summons another card, and I don't know why they do that. You are just complaining because you're bad. Yeah. And you're banned. Flew too close to the sun. Ritual just mathematically needs the advantage being in the main deck. Yeah, that's not wrong. I mean, Ritual is tough to balance. That I'll give you that, yeah. How can this deck be so bad yet so annoying to play against? I do feel that. I do feel that. I kind of like Nouvelle, but I think it's only fun when you play it yourself. It's one of those decks, I think. It's one of those decks that, like, the design is fun and, like, you play it, you're kind of digging it, but when you are playing against it, it's just like, dude, can it please be my turn? I will say it's kind of impressive, though, how they managed to pretty much make it so that in this specific event, the deck's actually playable, because the cards are so bad. Like, the cards are unironically so mega bad. It's just, in this particular event, it kind of works, which is impressive. Okay, what was the trap card they added? They didn't add the counter trap, which is weird. I was assuming the other one was the counter trap. Okay, they don't have the counter trap, apparently. Still waiting for Necros trap since 2015. Dude, if there's one thing I don't want, it's a Necros trap card, because then it's just gonna suck and it's not gonna help the deck at all. I would much rather have actual Necros support other than a trap card, dude. How about a Necros trap that lets you Trish on your opponent's turn? Even then, it still needs to be a better card than that. Because if it was just a trap card that's like Necros in its name and it says you ritual summon on your opponent's turn, it wouldn't be good enough. Like, you wouldn't be able to resolve that even. It sucks that I drew Cataster. I can't use Exa even. Ah. I would banish the ritual spell. Well, they had two. That's why I didn't. Oh no, this was menu. Oh, this wasn't a ritual spell. Okay, maybe then, yeah. Don't surrender for the mission? I mean, sure. The problem is it's gonna take me forever. Like, in the time that it takes them to kill me, I can literally, freaking graduate, from university. Okay. Tribute this card, target a ritual monster in your grave. They can't use that right now. How big is this? Almost game. Hold up. Cycle, Shurit, grab, bring back Brayonak. Grab. Well, we need this. It's probably not going to be enough to win. I'm going to leave them at 1,000. I mean, maybe they can't combo me. Surely. We don't need to hit this one. Probably this. Well. Well. That's my best effort. I don't have more. My deck is from 2015. Please be easy on me. That is like the best card they could have drawn. That is unfortunate. I think I'm gonna stop playing the ritual event, dude. This ain't worth 400 gems, dude. I'm not. It's not worth being cooked by the burger deck because I'm trying to play Necros for fun. That doesn't seem like it's yeah. Making Mondo was the move. It could also chain block targeting. Yeah, maybe. That's enough. That is enough. That event is that is not worth for the gems. I'm sorry. I got carried away. I forgot. Because I felt the same way when we played the first day for this thing. But then right now I just wanted to do it for the proficiency test, and then I was like, damn, was this event fun? And I was reminded, no, it was not, dude. No, it was not. No, it was not. I'd rather play ranked. I'd rather play ranked. What? Wait, no, we need to pendulum summon. That is tough. How do I... What do I do? I don't have pendulum decks. You need to pendulum summon 3 times. Someone in chat said you can do this in solo mode. Is this true? Is this true? Can I do this in solo mode? You can't. Okay, I've been lied to by Twitch chat. Why would Twitch chat do such a thing? I did not expect to get lied to by Twitch chat. Okay, wait, so... Pendulum. Uh-oh. I don't have much. Metal foes could work. Metal foes. Seitzai, thank you for the bits, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. You should try Yu-Gi-Oh! You should try the game. It's fun sometimes. Most of the time. The problem is I'd have to go into ranked with metal foes, chat. Surely there's no way we win a game with metal foes. So as a result, in order to pendulum summon 3 times, you are already Master 1. Yeah, but I have to, like... I mean, I guess, yeah. But I can't surrender is the annoying thing. So I just pendulum summon 1, pass, let them kill me, right? That's the plan? That has to be the move, right? Just set up pendulum scales, pendulum summon 1, pass, die. Yeah, that's the most consistent way to do it. We just play, we play 40 pendulum scales, so that way we cannot break. We always have pendulum scales. And then we just, you know. So, I like him. Ooh, Abductor. Sick. It's like cool pendulum cards. We can play Valence if we have any. Then if my opponent sees a Valence, surely they will surrender. Yes. This one is cool. This one is insane. Endymion. Okay, now we're too many. We have too many. And then we play an extra deck to make our opponent think it's an actual Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Link. We make Electromite. I think I have Electromite. Boom. Oh, too many. Link monsters for... Oh, right. We need to link summon 3 times. Oh, wrong one. Very good deck. Mission Turbo. The problem is I don't have a good pendulum deck. Not that, first of all, that doesn't exist, but even the almost not terrible pendulum decks, I don't have. Imagine you win this. Can we add this deck to the wheel? No. Okay, this hand is broken. Can we pendulum summon? 1, 1, 3, 1, 3. We cannot pendulum summon. You have got to be kidding me. We have only low scales. I didn't count the scales. Did I put only low scales? Oh my god, dude. Oh my... No, okay, we go... No. I'm not waiting for that shit. I'm not waiting for that. I'm not waiting for that. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Okay, perfect. All right, Hojo pass. They are so confused right now. They are so confused right now. Yep, of course. Yep. It's still gonna take 10 hours for us to die, but we are going to die this turn, at least. Ugh. Oh, the limited card! Thank God, only one. We're saved. This would have never happened if diameter was limited. Hold up. You know, what's first? Do we die or do we get a watermelon, chat? Probably watermelon, right? Actually cracked. Bro, how are we still alive? Wait, I lived? What? No. No, what? There's no way I lived, bro. Oh my god, dude. There's literally the worst Mathmic player in existence. Couldn't kill Hojo the Valence Warrior, dude. Well, I'm actually about to get a watermelon before I die. There's no way. There's actually no freaking way. Oh, no! Okay, we died. That was so close though. We are... Oh my god, dude. Marvel, thank you for the Prime, by the way. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, we have way too many low scales. Okay, we won. The deck is too powerful. Bro, I just want to answer some proficiency test questions. Why are you making me do this? I just want to answer the proficiency test. Please give me a high scale for the love of God. Okay, there is one. Thank you. Boom. Boom. Two out of three. Why is it so loud, dude? Oh, the freaking strawberries, dude. They never end. Bro, what is happening back here, by the way? Hello? Never mind. There's some wild shit happening in the background. I'm just saying. Weird things are happening. Oh, come on. Move over, dude. Please. Combine. Oh my God. Thank you. One more. One more. Okay, we go first. We can pendulum summon. High scale. High scale. Yes. All right. Wait, low scale? Okay, low scale. Okay, we're done. Oh my God, they're never gonna kill us. They're playing Runic. Oh, come on. This is the... You cannot be serious, dude. I am literally being held hostage by this freaking quest, man. You have got to be kidding me, dude. I am actually in so much pain. Do I? Oh, that was satisfying. That was very satisfying. It's getting kind of tight. No, come on. Touch. No, please. They need to touch. They're never gonna touch, dude. I'm so sad right now. Oh my. I'm tilting. It's Jover. It's Jover. Wait, why does it let me play? Oh, okay. Come on, dude. Why did it have to be? Why did it have to be Runic Sprite, dude? Why did it have to be Runic Sprite, man? Why? 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 Oh, God, dude. They have literally only summoned a gigantic, man. All this time, and there's only an elf. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, God. Do you not have a Switch hooked up or something? I had that once. I had a third monitor for a while, but I never used it, and then I got rid of it. Dude, and oh my God, dude. Please don't activate a runic. Please just kill me. Please. Please kill me. Please end it. I just don't want to deal with this proficiency test anymore. Please. Please end it. Pen summon again. No, we're done. This is the last one. We already have 3 pendulum summons. I just need to lose this game without surrendering. That's all I need them to do. All I need them to do is finish the game without, you know, I can't surrender. Alright, they summon Daddy Folgo. Yes, you can draw 3 cards. I don't mind. Do it. Do it. As long as you don't please don't activate a runic, for the love of God, man. Please do not. Normal summon. I'll help you. I'll help you. Slumber Electromite, yeah. Imagine. Imagine they use Slumber on Electromite. They're like, nope, you're not gonna do that. I will deck you out. They can help. They can hold me hostage until I deck out, dude, if they want to. If they activate Runic Tip right now, I'm gonna actually cry. I thought that was Runic Tip for a second, and I was about to cry. I'm so scared whenever they activate a Runic. Whenever they activate a spell card, it scares me. It scares me so much. Just time yourself out. The loss still counts as a game. Oh, I didn't know that. That would have been a trick. Yeah, that would have been way faster. That would have been way faster. I should have just summoned Electromite and timed out. Even though that's also really annoying for the opponent, but you know. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Oh god, that was miserable. We have passed the practical exam, Chad. Isn't that nice? Isn't it just great what they made us do? We've learned so much about the game. Simo, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. And congratulations on defeating Mathmech. Very proud of you. We get a bicycle? All right. Answer 8 out of 10 questions correctly. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. 8 out of 10, if they ask me about solo mode, that's actually hard. We might actually need a couple tries at this. Which of the following monsters does not have 3 heads? Blue Eyes Ultimate, Cyber End, Trident Dragon, or that's ABC. Yeah. Easy answer. What is the name of this card? See, this is where... Does he look deceptive? Does he look ingenious? Does he look eccentric? Or does he look... He looks graceful, right? He's graceful. He is graceful. Easy. The locked pendant to render slayers are said his mother, his daughter, his father, his mother. No. What is the name of this card? This one. No, that's Zanki? Really? What type is this card? Those are warriors, right? The Butter Spies, that's the debate. Yeah, they're warriors. What is the name of this card? That is... It's not no, it's not the wind. It's this one. No, it's Storming. Which one is it? Storming? Storming. Yeah, okay. This is Sealmeister Maze. Yep. Easy clap. Easy clap. What's... Oh, come on. 2 ancient warriors? You have got to be kidding me. That looks like a Guan Yun. No. What is the name of this card? Okay, this is... Okay, this is MK2, right? This is MK2. Yeah, okay. I know that one. Come on, dude. That was easy. Okay. Easy. Wait, what? We failed? I thought we had it. We already had 3 incorrect. I didn't pay attention. Oh, I thought we had it with the Oliver. Okay. Wait, what did I have wrong even? Oh god, dude. No, we're being held hostage again. Which of the following monsters cannot be fusion summoned using Flame Wingman and Neos? Okay, you can summon Great Tornado. I don't know any of the others. Brave. Easy. Well, I know that. We had that last time. I forgot. Okay. Warrior. Okay, they have a small pool of questions. Just get the same ones. Okay. I'm gonna do this one wrong on purpose because I don't remember what this does. Nope. At the beginning of the battle phase for your turn, the cards on the field are as follows. This is 90 seconds. What? The cards on the field are as follows. Opponent's field, attack position monster with 2500 attack. Attack position monster with 1600 attack. Defense position monster with 2500 attack. Your field, attack position monster with 3k. Attack position with 26. Attack position 17. What is the highest possible damage that could be inflicted by your attack? Okay, so the defense position monster can't attack. You have 56 plus 17, 73. 7300 attack. You attack over this and this, so it's 41, 76. I forgot. Okay. 56. You have 76. 35. 3k over 245. You inflict 500 and then 1000. 15. Yeah, 15. Which of the two only that they give you 30 seconds for that. Fairy, right? Or are they all psychics? No. Fairy. Masterpiece never seen before. Well, Catastor, right? Yeah, it's the best one. Bitron, how much information is available about it? Infinite amount, not much. No one knows, a little too much. Not much? Not much. Not much! Okay, we passed this time, right? What was it? 9 out of 10? And the one was even on purpose. Okay, now what do I have to do for this one? Special summon a monster from the graveyard. Activate the effect of a card in the graveyard. That is... What's the easiest way to do that? Special summon from the graveyard. Tier doesn't really special summon from the grave that much. Naturia Runic does that a lot. I'm just saying. Technically, also, Life Twins do that a lot, multiple times per turn. Dark World literally does this in one game. Yeah, Dark World does this in one game. We do that quickly with Dark World. Because it has graveyard triggers and it summons Grapha and Rainbow like 10 times. So like... Unless they surrender earlier, we get that in literal one game. So even if they have, like, I don't care. I'm playing into Max E. I don't care. I just want this. I just want to do this proficiency test. Well, I mean, I'm playing into Max E anyways, right? But like, so. All right, let's go. Wipe. We're running very thin. Come on, dude. What? Okay. Okay. Try that again. Literally one game. One game after this one. One game after this one. That's better. Just wait until you see level 10. Okay, don't spoil me, actually. Well, I said one game, but like, we would have done it this game, surely. Uh-oh. Okay, this does it. This does it. Please do not surrender. For the love of God, let me play. Oh my God, come on, dude. Please. Looping Colossal Fighter time? Dude, that's actually genius. If you could do that. Okay. Let us proceed. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work, chat. It's gonna work. Max, see me. I don't care. Do it. Do it, coward. Oh, not that. It's actually so cringe, man. If it doesn't work this time, I'm queuing up Naturia Runic. I don't care. Like, that deck at least does it, you know? Don't hit yourself, Tuchinoko. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It's also not very good. Bro, can I activate a graveyard effect? Please, for the love of God, stop doing that. Thank you. That was the worst discard, dude. It's a Naturia card, dude. It's a Naturia card, man. I can just not play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently. Everyone just leaves. Did that at least count as one graveyard activation? Because the Sacred Tree worked, right? Surely that counts as one? We still have to summon 5 times from the graveyard. Like, Naturia Runic does that, but probably not 5 times in one game. I mean, maybe. You can. Every Blessing summons one from the graveyard. Mole Cricket comes back from the graveyard. Like, literally one grindy Naturia Runic game, and we have it. I mean, that's fine. I swear to God, if you time out. Okay. Activate your Albion. It's not that hard. God. What is this? Ah, he found it. No, he didn't. Wait, what? Huh? Branded strongest soldier, dude. What? What's up, Mirror Jade? I don't need no Mirror Jade. Okay. I mean, they have branded banishment, which they can activate. Oh, wait, they negate. Oh, I forgot about Rindrum. I needed to chain tip. That's fine. So I'm guessing their back row is branded in red. That they didn't want to discard. I can only imagine that's the reason they go for Rindbrum on a more serious note, right? They didn't want to go Lubellion because they would have to discard, and they didn't want to discard their Maxi or the other card in their hand. Oh, now... Well, it's fine. This... Can I play? Maybe? Little bit of playing, maybe? Hmm? Hmm? Branded in white Goners? That's not bad. Yeah, we are thinking very hard. Branded is a super hard deck, dude. Come on, what? Wait, what? Okay. Yes. Yeah. Why would you banish that, dude? Why would you banish the Albion? Alan's live. Boggers. Ooh, we banished second Albaz. They have a Lubellion in hand and a Mercurier. Probably just draw two. That was 2 duplicates. Very nice. Well. They can merc this, but I'm fine with that. I still don't know what the back row is. It's probably Brandon and Red, right? It could be called by. And maybe they didn't want to call by my what I had in Maxi. I had Max. This is my 3rd Maxi, by the way. They could have called by it Maxi, but they didn't because they had their own, maybe. Retribution. It could be Retribution. Bro, unironically, what is this response time? Like, what is going on here? How do they have any time left? Goodbye, Merc. This is probably the worst attack in the history of attacks. Because they know I have Blessing. And this in the graveyard is better than this on the board, I think. Just in case I don't draw another runic. I forgot about it again. It's fine though, it doesn't matter. Oh, it is called by the grave and they kept it. Okay. It's fine. I could bait the Rindbrum, but I don't think that's better than just going flashing fire on it. What do they have? They have something, right? Oh, Magna, right. Remember your mission? Yeah, we haven't summoned enough from the graveyard. The thing is, I don't think we're getting there this game. I mean, we might. Depends on how long they stay in this game. Okay, I just pitched. Why are you chaining? Oh, onto the Merc, I guess. Okay. It's so rad. I didn't expect this to happen. I could have just kept my freaking thrust then, but okay. There's no Albaz in their graves, no. Why not play Tier? Tier doesn't really summon from the graveyard that much, right? I guess you have Chaos Ruler, the Tuners, and Snow. Oh, that's fine. I mean, we are close as well. Kit also does. True, Kit revive, yeah. I mean, we're getting there anyways, right? It's just taking longer than I thought. It's funny how they opened pretty much the best possible branded hand. Branded Fusion. They had Branded Fusion, Maxi Ash, called by. They still get completely annihilated. How often did we summon from the graveyard? This is the second blessing, I think. So we've done 2 blessing. And we might get another revive here. Yeah. Maybe we can tag out Baron next turn. But I don't think we can get all 5. Maybe. It depends on when they surrender. We definitely get 5 if they don't surrender. Because Camellia revives Sunflower is number 3. We can tag out with Baron if it survives. That's 4. And then if we can get another... We have a 3rd blessing. That would be number 5. We've definitely done enough graveyard effects. Maybe if you let them summon, Mole is 5. Mole was called by the grave. That's why that's not going to work this turn. This is Joe. I mean, yeah, I know the game is over. They cannot win it, but the question is, when do they surrender? Blindoin, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Much appreciated. They're not gonna give up, right? We don't have a battle phase. Surely? Surely it's winnable? It's winnable, right? Surely? Just don't surrender this turn. That's all I need. That's all I need. Maybe they're also on a mission. What if they need to do the fusion summon mission, Chad? What if? Imagine. Imagine they are doing the fusion summon mission. Huh? You thought about that? Yep. No, we're not surrendering. It's not over until it's over, brothers. It's not over until it's over. Yes. Oh my god, yes. They're the best. They're actually the best. Baron tag out with the quickness. No. We're so close. The thing is, I can't. I cannot search another sacred tree. How do I summon from the graveyard again? Oh, Dugaris. I know. I can make Dugaris. Or Beast. I could have made Beast. No! Oh, come on, dude. No. No, dude. We are so close. I think we're 4 out of 5. I think we're 4 out of 5. I think we're 4 out of 5. No, we're not done. Oh, God. No. No. 4 out of 5, dude. There's no shot, dude. Why did you stay for so long? It was literally 2 seconds, man. 2 seconds. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, we'll do a quick... What is, like... I only need to do 1 summon from the graveyard. 1 summon from the grave. What does that? Really fast. Ah. Tier. Let's do tier. Here is just 1 Kit Kalos effect, right? 1 Kit Kalos effect, and then it's good. It's Gucci. Man. The hell, dude. Well, you guys getting a longer stream today is the bonus, because we're gonna finish this stage of the proficiency thing, for sure. If it's the last thing I do today, it's finishing that stage, dude. Okay, this hand does it. This hand will do it. Unless it's a crazy thing that's going on right now. Unless some crazy shit is happening. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. dude. It's taking for... Oh, because the other individual couldn't just freaking stay for 5 more seconds, dude. 5 more seconds is costing me an entire freaking year in my life, dude. It's actually... You cannot make this shit up, dude. Go next? No, I'm not gonna... No, I have principles. I'll just kaiju the Dark Law and fuck them up. I don't care. How are you today? You seem tense. No, I'm fine. I'm all good. It's just another day. Casual Master Duel experience. What if they leave after the kaiju? Then that'd be a disaster. Imagine if they go for like the... Imagine it's the version with the plasma that goes for like that... The spell card that protects the plasma and everything. And then they just get kaiju and they just leave. But, I mean, a win is a win in that case. I smell a Dark Angel in your future. Dark Angel... I mean, against Dark Angel, I could at least resolve... I mean, all that I need is summon 1 time from the graveyard. That is all I need to do. I only need my... I need to summon 1 time from the graveyard. That is all I need to do. I don't even mind if I lose afterwards, to be honest. If I just have to do it, if I get 1 summon from the grave and then I pass and they kill me, okay, whatever. Quick game of Suika. No. No, I don't want to. I don't want to anymore. What are they cooking? This does not look like a normal hero line. This seems different. Are they built different? There was no... They didn't even summon... Oh, they did summon Vion. There's a Where? How did Plasma get in the graveyard? Wake up. Oh, this summons any warrior from deck. Okay. Okay. Excuse me? The problem that I have... Okay, that's good. No, they played 2 Dark Laws. That's actually cringe. Well, if they played 2 Dark Laws, I'll still take one. Well, if I go Rhino Heart, they just go Chain Dark Law, and then I can't Kaiju it in time, right? Is the problem? I can't. Are you telling me I can't summon a single time from the graveyard in this game because it's freaking heroes, man? Well, they have to. They have. I mean, what the hell is the back row in this deck, anyways? But they just go add the honest Neos, no, right? They just add the thing, the honest dude, right? No. Oh. What? There's no way this works, right? Book of Eclipse. Okay, we've outed it, chat. We were the best. We've outed the Dark Law. No problem. Problem is, if I get impermed, I still don't really do anything, no? I mean, I can dodge with this, but then it's banished. But I have summoned from the graveyard if I do that. If I do this, I have summoned from the graveyard, so that's all that matters. I can banish Theosis from hand, and a Kashtira from the birth from the grave. Then I get, yeah, okay, that's good. This. I'm actually trying to win this game now. I'll try to win this game. Banish Fenrir. I'll banish my entire hand, dude. Sharon? Mission complete. Theosis. Target birth. Fenrir that we banished earlier. They had Droplet. Wait, you could have just... Oh, no. They have Liquid Soldier, right? What does Liquid Soldier revive? God, finding it here is impossible, man. Level 4 or lower hero. Well, I can banish all the targets for that. No, they can still get increase. But I definitely... Isn't Denier like once per duel? Yeah, this one's once per duel. But Mali, one is banished. I'll just take these three. Whatever. I unironically think we might still win this game. DPE, so Crusader doesn't revive it. I maybe you're right. Yeah, I don't know what a Crusader is. The Link 2 Cross Crusader? It don't matter, dude. It don't matter. Well, thank you, Hero Duelist, for outing the Dark Law for me. That was a pain in the ass to finish that stage for some reason. Well, it's only because I wanted to do it fast, right? Normally, you just play a couple games with any deck that's like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck and you have it. That one was fine. And we have a bicycle! Poggers. Oh. Well, the last stage is not happening today, but we can do the test. We're not gonna destroy 100 cards. This has to be a joke. I'm not sure. Is this Zeta? This is Zeta, right? Yeah. Which of the following is not a color of Ojama Trio? Red. What is the name of this card? Tiki. Ha! I knew it was Tiki. I think it's Soul. Yeah, okay. Which monster is depicted? Battle Guard. It's Swamp and Lava, right? Yeah. During limited login mission, which of these cards was distributed? Well, it was the Cringe Master, right? Yeah, it was Cringe Master. Oh, that's it. Oh, 5 out of 5. Easy. First try, let's go. Okay, well, we're gonna do this another time. Actually, we're just gonna play the game and then one nice day we'll have it. Okay. Well, that was a little longer stream than I anticipated, which means I need to get going. I hope you enjoyed the stream today, the TCG portion, the Master Duel portion. Hope you had a good time. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the support as per usual. Everyone that subscribed, everyone that followed, everyone that watched. I appreciate every single one of you a lot. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm gonna find someone to raid right now. Who's live? I see no Farfa in my recommendations. I need to check who's live. Let me see. I can send you guys over to Trishula. Surely. I'll send you guys over to Trishula TTV. And I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. Once again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the support. And have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye, everybody.